I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
What's up? What's up? I titled this video Nubia, the mother is, hold up. Titled this video Nubia, the mother of Egypt. We're gonna talk about that. I see the sheriff in the building say Nubia. Pan African James say that's right, Nubia, the mother of Kemet. We're gonna talk about all of that. All right, we're gonna talk about it all. That's what we is gonna do. But before we do that, let's hear some tunes.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, and black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rapper try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother Polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer.
Neurotic script in
We'll hear that later. Peace to everybody out there. I'm just getting up. I ain't all up on the microphone, but y'all can hear me cool. I know y'all can hear me cool. Let me see my check. Yeah, it should be cool. Archaeology and History reveals Nubia. Let's talk about Nubia. It says here, Nubia, this is the Oriental Institute, or formerly known as the Oriental Institute of Chicago. Nubia was home to some of Africa's earliest kingdoms. How much further do we have to go beyond that? Nubia was home to some of Africa's earliest kingdoms. Known for rich deposits of gold, Nubia was also a gateway through the rich luxury, through which luxurious products like incense, it didn't even say rich, ivory and ebony traveled from the source of sub-Saharan Africa to the civilizations of Egypt and the Mediterranean. Slow that down. They just dissed you. From their source in sub-Saharan Africa to civilizations of Egypt and the Mediterranean. Could have been like, and then the Mediterranean. Archers of exceptional skill provide the military strength for Nubian rulers. They even should have went on to say, archers of exceptional skill provided military strength for Egyptian rulers. I'm going to tell you stuff about Nubia in this show that the Oriental Institute would not tell you. With facts and sources and all that. Kings of Nubia ultimately conquered and ruled Egypt. Now they're talking about the Kushites. Kings of South or Upper Nubia. If you look at Nubians as a real thing in this show, you'll be very, very confused. If you think Nubians are a people group during this show, you may wind up very confused. Let me give a disclaimer from the outset. Nubian, Nubia, these are historical terms for history classes. Academic terms. They were not real world terms they're not contemporaneous to the people we're talking about. All right? And they'll talk about that as well. Monuments still stand in modern Egypt and Sudan at the sites where Nubian rulers built cities, temples, and royal pyramids. So let's talk about this for a second. They will tell us that after Egypt fell, the only place we find pyramids would be in the Sudan. Hundreds of Nubian pyramids. But what not many have told us, and it's been brought to us by Brother Reggie, that one of the first, not the red or the bent pyramid, or the black pyramid, but one of the first was a pyramid in the area of Aswan. What we call Egyptian Nubia. So in this sense, we can see the beginning of pyramid culture. Again, we'll have Reggie show us the findings of the pyramid at Aswan. And we had an end of the pyramid culture. What I mean is, where did evidence of the knowledge of pyramid building go? Nothing as monumental as the pyramids we find in Egypt can be found. Nothing as sizable. But there were not little tents. They were real pyramids. So we have proto-pyramids and the last pyramids found south of, I want to say south of Egypt because the Aswan one will be considered Egypt. But we have to consider that the evidence for the knowledge of pyramid building didn't go into the Mediterranean. It didn't even stay in Egypt. It went south. And we find hundreds of Nubian pyramids used as tombs. Here they say Nubians lived in the central Nile Valley. African people from what is now the Sahara began to move toward the Nile in Nubia around 5000 BC. You can read that in my book. They brought with them art of making pottery, the art of making pottery. Originally herdsmen and hunters of large animals, they eventually became fishermen and farmers. Over time, new people moved into the region from the south, so that Nubia's population was often a diverse mix of African peoples. God. All you really do is got to really read a source that's qualified. So if Nubia's area was of a diverse mix of African peoples, it all wasn't one type of African. Oh, for real? No, I think that video was recorded yesterday. Let me see. I think he's just rerunning back the video we did yesterday, and that was just bad timing. I woke up and went live. He probably went live at 1 o'clock. But we did that video yesterday. He didn't call me about redoing it. I think he just took out the parts when the video went bad. But we live right now, doing it right now. Definitely no competition between me and Sa. Y'all see that? Over time, new people moved into the region from the south. From the south? New people moved into the region from the south. Well, why people tell you new people moved in from every place else? Well, we ain't talking about Egypt. Remember, we're talking about Nubia, below Egypt. And they say that new people moved in the region from the south so that Nubia's population was often a diverse mix of African people. Y'all hear that? So we're going to stop acting like Nubians is just a race. We'll get to the bottom of all of this. A diverse mix of African peoples, different tribes, right? The river was a lifeline. Many Nubians lived along the Nile, which curved northward through the desert. Farmers grew grains, peas, lentils, dates, and possibly melons. But especially important were the herds of cattle. They threw in that possibly melons. But especially important were the herds of cattle, a measure of wealth and social status. So before Nubia was set up, they was measuring cattle for wealth. Before Egypt was set up, Nubians were measuring cattle for wealth and social status. That became the backbone to Egyptian economy. In the deserts, Nubians mined carnelian and gold, as well as other minerals resources. Bartering cattle. Interesting how they say bartering. They trying to tell you the truth. Look at the word. Bartering cattle. Gold, carnelian, ivory, animal skins, hardwood, incense, and dates. Nubians traded with Egyptians. See, y'all be acting like they just had to give up the goods and ain't get nothing back. But that's not how bartering works. That is not how bartering works. Y'all know that. Bartering is a system of goods exchange for service or goods exchange for goods. Sometimes y'all ain't got no goods, you got to give up a service or something. Yeah, there is a Nubian push. Archaeology and history reveal Nubia More information about ancient Nubia comes from archaeological excavations from a study of monuments and rock art found there. But the art and writing of Nubian and the peoples contemporary with them also give important evidence. Records of ancient Egypt tell much about the history of Nubia, documenting a long and complex relationship between the two lands. Monuments and texts in Egyptian language left by Nubian kings, who became the pharaohs of Egypt's 25th dynasty around 750 BC, also provide extensive record. The best records, man, they need to tell the truth. The best, most well-documented texts of ancient Egypt come out of the 25th dynasty. Nubians developed alphabetic writing systems around 200 BC and before, during the Meroitic period. The Meroitic language is still not understood well enough to read more than words and phrases, but much documentation of Meroitic Nubia can be found in the art and literature of Greece and Rome, whose empires touched on the borders of Nubia after 330 BC. See, they ran all over Egypt, but they barely even could see Nubia. It took a long time. Now here we're starting a little bit of confusion, but it's kind of true. They say Nubia was known as Kush for 2,000 years. There is truth to that. If we look at how these maps moved around, how borders moved around. Once the name Viceroy of Kush came out, the Viceroy of Kush came out, and Kush was all the way up to Thebes. So they wasn't having no areas. The Kushites basically came up and took over all that Nubian area. For much of antiquity, the region south of the first cataract of the Nile was called Kush. The name is known from ancient Egyptian, classical, and biblical texts. Whether it reflects an indigenous term is not known. The Kushites developed powerful kingdoms. The first was centered at Kerma, 2000 to 1650 BC. Kerma goes back to 8000 BC, where we find the first pottery shards and burials in Kerma. They're talking about the kingdom of Kerma, a kingdom that rivaled Egypt. The later kingdom had capitals at Napata and Meroe. Now, here we go. This is the part we should grasp a hold of a little bit. Some Nubian cultures are known by archaeological names, including Nubian. But that's beyond being an archaeological name. We'll get into that extensively. The A group, the C group, the X group, and Kerma. So when we talking and you say here A group, think Nubians. C group, think Nubians. Now what's the difference? Now we can see these was probably different tribes or whatever, or different contingencies, because they got different material culture, burial culture, that makes them classify these groups by different alphabet. The A group got certain things in their burials that the C group don't got. So that's how they thinking they different people. That don't mean they different people. That just mean they had different culture at that time. But they use this to say this. A group being the oldest archaeological extraction of Nubians. But there's a new document on the Kushite excavations that happened in Kerma. In that document, they show that Nubians had, or they show that C group culture is the same exact burial culture as Kerma culture. They put the same items in their graves. Damn, hold on. It's kind of loud. Feel me? So that's just their little history of ancient Nubia right there. Pretty sure we'll go a little bit deeper than that. So the first ancient Egyptian word, what's that word? Let's go to all of these palettes. Dynasty 00. Let's go to all of these palettes. And we can look at each and every one. And I'm going to point out a few to us. What we're looking for is ancient Egyptian words. Right? Hard to see here if there are any. But I know exactly where I want to look. I'm just clicking on a few things. This chair, Christ. That shit funny. Let me see, look. Y'all see that? That's a scorpion. Do you think when the people seen it, they just didn't have a word for it? Or was this a word? Huh? This will probably be a word, whatever their word. Yeah, there you go. Sarek. But that would, I mean, I won't, it's not a Sarek like that, but I see SRQ for a scorpion. Right? I don't know if that would be considered a word, but I know it is. Like, for instance, when they wrote these images, did they just draw a blank when they seen them? Or did they say 2 rams looking like they kissing in whatever language they had? Well, it's images like this that they say are some of the first words. Did this say Bot? The goddess Bot? Or something else? They say Hathor. All we see is this. And Bot was before Hathor. And we don't see the hoot of the House of Horrors here. But what I'm saying is they're calling these words, right? Else how could it be Hathor? Now, they have a palette that they call, let's look at this. Tell me this ain't 2 words. Oh, got him, Reggie. Got him. Now, without the Q here, y'all seen our brother Ampul Medua just put SRQ. I come to this next palette. Before Egypt was formed, at a time when the area was known as Taseti, The populated, populace was in Taseti. We see a S or R with something going through it. Y'all see that? This is definitely an S and an R. I don't know if this was a short for that scorpion word, but I do see the S and the R. They say men palette. How do they come to these conclusions? I just don't know. But it might have something to do with men. What do you see if you read the glyphs? Now, all of this is far before the state formation of the two lands, because Egypt is just like really late. I'm glad Shaka pointed that out yesterday in the way he said it. Far before the formation of the two lands. Let's look at this. So the two birds is a theme here. Some call this double falcon. With the dog, which is related to Nubians. People of the South. Now this says Neb-we Palette. So we should be able to see the word Neb-we on this palette. We don't see that word anywhere. How are they deducing this is the Neb-we palette? It must have been found around somebody named Neb-we or so. I don't know. But Neb-we is an ancient Egyptian word. I don't see a Nebo and I don't see the way. Neb-we means the two lords. Therefore, they're talking about these two birds. Neb-we. It wouldn't be the two lords. It kind of could be, but because way gonna give you how Lord, that don't make no sense. So it probably would be something about dual lords. Okay. So I want to show y'all something. Because I gotta go to Shamaka Kieta to show y'all that all of this stuff that y'all be saying is Mediterranean and Egyptian, it come up out of Nubia. So let's go to my clips. All right, hold on.
Egyptian art. Now, some people have argued.
Now let me get this clip on. Get your clip on. Get your clip on. Here y'all go. Now we're talking about ancient Egyptian motifs that were there before ancient Egypt. There before the unification of the two lands. Are we with that? They were there before Egypt, there before Kemet, and there before the two lands originally unified. These motifs, and we'll hear this from Shamaka Keta just to kill the conversation on this taming of the two wild beasts motif that we find later in Mesopotamia. And we still hear people today trying to say Mesopotamia. And my man Ampu say it is the two lords. That's what I was saying. Yep, and you see the two horses on the standard. Exactly, they talk. But no, they were, in that instance, they're talking about double falcon. If you, it was two falcons. Pharaohs called falcon. And when we write them, they always write the two birds together. And we presume they're talking about one who's called double falcon. I will show attestations to that later. Let's see what Shamaka Kieta says.
Egyptian art. Now, some people have argued that this sort of motif, taming of the two beasts, is actually of Near Eastern origin. Well, okay, let's take the compromise position and say that you may have had traditions of the taming of the wild beast from multiple sources. But nevertheless, you do see it in the Sahara, and in the Sahara, it's older than it is in Egypt or Mesopotamia. This deformation of cattle horns.
You do see it in the Sahara, and in the Sahara, it's older than it is in Egypt and in Mesopotamia. See, we talking about Nubia. I like how Brother Asar phrased it, and I just think it needs some creative, Asar Imhotep. I just think he needs a staff. He needs people around him. But he said, he tried to posit it as ancient Egyptians stole African culture. And this type of an argument and this style of argumentation has been laid out by some of our best debaters and defenders. It is to seemingly submit to the argument of your opponent and then to form a stronger argument that encompasses his data. Therefore, using your opponent's data against them. We've seen madjai.shop do this with the term Negro. And he showed and explained in the discourse, not that he want to be using this terminology, but he said, paraphrase, that it was y'all who said the first man who came up out of Africa was Negroes. Now when we talking about Africans using the term Negro, y'all acting funny. Paraphrase Yeap in the UNESCO documentation. Let's hear this again and let it all play all the way through.
All right, now some people have argued that this sort of motif, taming of the two beasts, is actually of Near Eastern origin. Well, okay, let's take the compromise position and say that you may have had traditions of the taming of the wild beast from multiple sources. But nevertheless, you do see it in the Sahara, and in the Sahara, it's older than it is in Egypt or Mesopotamia. This deformation of cattle horns, still seen in southern Sudan today, was also practiced in the Sahara, and in this rather late depiction of a cow in ancient Egypt, we see the same practice going on. Here's some more things. Again, certain similarities from the Saharan art seen also in Egyptian art. So again, this is just to talk about an archaeological connection of regions in Africa and the surrounding areas. Egyptian art. Now, some people have argued that this sort of...
All right. So we talking about the taming of the two wild beasts. Do we need to go further than what he just said? That is found older in the Sahara. And like I was talking about Asar Imhotep's stance, where he says ancient Egyptians stole African culture. Well, okay, if these invaders are not want to say that Egypt had nothing to do with Black Africa, then all we have to do is, and if they want to push a hard line and show all that hate, then all we got to do is show all the elements that they espouse, or not even that. They're not espousing elements. They're all the elements that they are proud of, so to speak, and show that they are traditionally come from the South. Even the language. Various people throughout time have told us that. I'm still looking for the words, but we're going to go over some other stuff with these palettes. I want to show y'all how they come into stuff. This one palette they're going to call the Tahu Palette. I want you to see how they come to this conclusion. And I got my books, man. So look, we're going to get that popping too. I got boxes. I'm going to do a show where I'm just doing it, but I got boxes. So we're going to have to start getting these to the people. You feel me? Let me see. Let me see. I know a few people saying they was waiting so they could get their signed copy, man. So that's what we're doing. I mean, if you want to just go through whatever. Cash App be the quickest. To put 20 on Amazon, you can shoot me 30. And if you want some quick 2-day shipping, shoot me 35. 30 for the signed autographed copy. And that's love to y'all for the support. I'm just kicking back. I ain't even dressed, so I'm like, I mean, I don't want to be on camera. You feel me? We are, as soon as I did that, we started getting the Cash Apps. I just heard a doom doom. All you gotta do is put your address in the Cash App and get your book. I'm gonna do the 2-day shipping so I can keep up with Amazon. And anybody waiting on one, that box just came, so you out today. Yeah. All right. Again, that's that Black Like Osiris. Make sure y'all support that work. Let me see. So where we at? I'm looking for this one palette, right? That they call the Tahu Palette. And I want us to see why. It's just because of a little itty bitty thing to where you can't say, oh, you can't call it that because of that. Maybe I don't know why it ain't popping in my face right now. I'm just missing it. So, yeah, now y'all see Shamak and Kieta dismantled that motif. Until I find the Tahu palette, we're going to talk about some other motifs. And let me just tell you, man, Egyptologists wasn't reading the Norman palette before I did that 10 years ago. They just wasn't doing that. And y'all be acting like our work is, I mean, I know some have. I ain't trying to act, but some stuff you put on you make more popular. And now you can go to Wiki and all of the terms, when we read it on the Amara Squad years ago, all of them terms that we said that it said on the Norman palette, now they on the Wiki. All the way down to wash and everything. That wasn't available at first. I have not found that palette yet. But since we're talking about these motifs starting in the South, let's deal with this. This circle we always talk about as we dismantle another motif that supposedly came from Mesopotamia. And this is just put forth in my research. We should write about this. I might have to write about this in my next book. I'm going to start my next book. Give me the Christmas. Yep, December. So you got to put out little projects and stuff to keep yourself going. I'm gonna write about this. Now look. Remember when this circle in the middle of these palettes make archaeologists, and they find pigments in the middle of the circles that make them conclude or presume that these circles were simply for mixing pigments. where you needed a rim to wipe the pigment off of whatever you mixed it in and to get it onto the palette. The circle would help to form that rim. All right. Memphis, what's this going on? I don't know what y'all fighting about, but peace to everybody. This circle here, right? So let's focus on that circle. And notice the symmetry with the circle before they started. Meaning whatever, this is like a baby separate part. Don't have me beat the brakes off them. I don't know what type of mystical or what kind of crazy animal that is, but it looks different. You could just say it's a duck or whatever starts. So what we're going to start seeing is the symmetry and the circle and all that stuff is going to start to become the same thing. And I'm not even acting like I've dated these all. They're all pre-dynastic though. See that circle? And the artwork, this is about King Ru, if you ask me. The Lion King, a Nubian king. Well, I know he's Nubian. See, the kingship, I wish the white crown was on here somewhere. But we got other symbols of what's going on this palette. Some people call this the lion's hunt. Look. That lets you know they don't got it right. They ain't really hunting the lion here. What lecture, good King Sosa? Let me know. Now they ain't got they don't have many indications that this is a king and not a lion, but only a few. They have two bulls here. The might of the bull is the strength of the pharaoh. Two bulls here would be insignificant if there wasn't a palace next to it. These are some of the things we don't hear talked about when they name this the Hunter's Palette. They say the Lion Hunt Palette, but let's talk about it more. As we see the two bulls, which let us know it could be indicative of a kingship. We see a palace facade, an old pre-dynastic, before ancient Egypt was Egypt, symbolism in Medu Neter that we can find used amongst the southern population. We have a smaller lion behind this lion. Lions roll like that. The male fighting lion and his son. I don't know. But those ain't what we tripping off. What we most want to trip off is this. The staffs in the hand of the two gentlemen behind the lead archer. Right? Look. This staff is representative of the tribe of Haor, Shemsu Haor. This is a fighting contingency, not a hunting group. If it was they got throw sticks and maces, they probably ain't gonna. They could get some animals with throw sticks, but that mace maybe help you kill it after you arch it. I mean, shoot it out. But what they really are doing, if you ask me, is hunting down the Lion King. There's a couple names for a lion in ancient Egyptian One of the names is Ru. And for lack of better research, I just call this Lion King Ru. And for another reason, I'm going to show you him in another place that's going to prove what I'm talking about on another palette. These are the kings before Egypt existed. And they ruled in the south, where we find the symbol for kingship, later used by Egyptians. And I tried to tell people something simple. Here we are. See the same two bulls? Now we're starting to get it. All right, let's go back. My man said 3 lions on that palette. That's a nice observation. Let's please note that the lion at the bottom should, to me, I think that is indicative of the same lion at an exit portion of the scene. We have this right here. Then when you come to the bottom, we got this right here. Now, I only said that because the direction he's facing, right? No one is facing his direction. And it made me think it's not another lion that got away. It is that they didn't kill him in this attack. This is just how I'm proposing it again. Don't take this like I'm acting like I'm an authority. I'm helping us see stuff we can all see. And to me, this means he's not dead. He's just wounded. Getting up out of there. Not being pursued. But y'all can say you just made that up. And your interpretation should be based on what you see. But if it's your interpretation, you indeed just made that up. But you didn't have to just make it up. Now, here's something we need to note. That along the lines of a teaching that shows us the culture and everything was there before the unification of the two lands at a time when it was called Taseti, we're going to look at a few things we find on this palette. Each of these archers, first of all, the leading warriors are archers. Behind the archers, we have the standard bearer, letting us know what tribe they down with. So this is what I'm showing you. Each of these brothers has a feather in their head. They're wearing Nubian kilts. They, at a time period when it was cool to all represent a bull's tail or something going to the back of your kilt. At later times, that'll be reserved just for the king. They have feathers in their head, different weapons of war, the bow, and Nubian kilts. There's not one without a Nubian feather in his head, yet they're holding the staff of the tribe of Haor. And they don't understand Nubia. Can't y'all see that? Just look at the top man, where he has a bow, which is a symbol of Nubia, where he has the Nubian leopard skin kilt. I just called it leopard skin for this. The Nubian kilt. And he has a quiver over his back, or what have we, some type of a back attachment. And he has a feather. In his head. What that feather represent? Southern tribes who are known as archers. Is this before Egypt? Yes. Is this before Kemet? Yes. Is this before the unification of the two lands? Yes. Thanks for asking that question, Strife. He says, what is that structure next to the two bulls? Thank you, good brother. We're reading Proto-Ancient Egyptian. I'm talking about the prototype. You even reading it. He just caught it and said, is that a temple? It will be an earlier symbol of a palace of a king. After which they would start to take that round portion at the top off, make it just a box, and it would form something like what we call a sarek. Some could say that's a different style temple. Nevertheless, it's next to two bulls. We know the king ain't the bulls. So let's look in a different place to see if we can match this up, because you can't tell a story with one piece of evidence. Look at this. What are these? Two bulls. See? So that ain't the bulls trampling these people. That's the king. It's not two kings. It's one king. As you see, represented by the might of the two bulls. Or you can just see, at later times, it just developed into one bull. The king of kings, the bull of bulls. You guys know we're looking at another palette, right? Well, guess who's going to be on this palette with the two bulls? Inside of city enclosures. Uh-oh. See, this dude was a boss. Someone tell me what we see inside of fortified walls on this palette. A lion. Now, why do I call him Ru? Because I know how ancient Egyptians get down. And this ain't got nothing to do with ancient Egyptians. Ancient Egyptians had never even heard of nothing about this. Archaeologists had to go dig this up. This before ancient Egyptians. Now, my brother say Mai, that's a very good one. That's the lion on the battlefield. Well, Mahi will just be a battlefield lion. Or a lion. So we could say Mahi. But I see that new ball, Reggie. And we know Ru and Nu, we know how they go. So I don't think he'd be Mai Nu if they had the option to say Ru Nu. We just know how African languages work. Ru Nu. Right? That sound right. You feel me? So if I was putting in the code and they said Mai Nu, because we see the new ball. We all see the new ball. Lions don't drink from pottery bowls. I repeat, lions do not drink from pottery bowls inside of city enclosures. So he says Mai is the best. That's cool. Fine. Mai. I still going with my name since I brought this forth. It's normally the people who bring it forth who name the shit. So that's Ru. Ru Nu. Oh, no, you're right. Though, I mean, let me slow this down for the people. I'll slow it down. I'm going to take back the Ru and go with the Mai, right? And this is why I'm going to slow it down. Because Ru is a lion that is recumbent. That's the part I left out of it. This lion is never recumbent or sitting down like a crouching tiger laying down. So I will say Mai, okay? But regardless of what he was called, we know when they seen this palette, they said a word, and he representative of, if you want to ask me, before they even had the knee suit stuff, they just had the two bulls. Right? And we got Ru inside the city enclosure. Now, it's hard to form an argument with only two pieces of evidence, even though you're cooking. But when you hit them with the third one, they just got to bow down. Because now we see the Lion King in a time before the unification of Egypt, along with his quote unquote Nubian pharaonic counterparts. Now, hold up a bit. Why then am I going so far out to say pharaonic counterparts? Why am I expanding his reach? I thought Nubians was just chieftains and little tribal chiefs. I could disprove that hella quick. Actually, when we read Hartoof and he ran up on, it was the chief of what? We're going to look it up so we can have our memory right. It was the chief of either Erthet, who governed over the Madjai, the Erthet, and who else? The Wawat. TU. One Nubian chief from one tribe governing over 3 Nubian tribes. So that chieftain stuff starts to fall apart. We now starting to see Erthet. Yeah, we now starting to see governance that will turn into my word. I think I made up the nomification, or the process of making the nomes of Egypt, or having allocated land for the people who worship and venerate it differently. Well, let's go to this palette. Now, again, this is our third piece of evidence, and here we're going to show you things. You still see the Egyptologists say that this is the Tahu Palette. Right? What is Tahu? Well, let's look and see what Tahu is. It says towns, Libyan booty, siege, trees and towns palette, or the Butu palette. Out of all of those options, I'm going to disqualify Libyan booty, and I'll show you why. I'll disqualify siege. I don't have the prowess to disqualify Butu palette. And I will roll with towns and trees and towns. So let's first start with Libyan booty and see why we want to qualify, disqualify, or falsify that statement as we look at this palette. Look at this palette, this side of it. I guarantee you, even if you don't know the Medu Neter, nothing is making you think about Libyan booty right now. To be fair, I'm going to go to the opposite side of the palette. Now, this will make you think about Libyan booty if you think that these animals are indigenous to Libya and that somehow that they are booty. Let's look at the rest of the remaining palette to see how scholars form these conclusions. This is the part people don't do, and they wonder, oh, you ain't got no degree. Bruh, if you get down to the bottom of the material, information is information. You won't be able to pull up no Egyptologist who's going to say that this is wrong. They just going to be mad that we this deep down into it. Let me ask anybody, now y'all know all of this is before Egypt. All of this is, man, the fact that they say the Libyan palette, is it safe to say that this is before Libya? Yeah, I'm going to say that too. But they're not trying to make a mistake. One thing we should take as a given is when they say things like that, they're talking about found in these particular areas. And y'all the ones who messed that up and be thinking that they saying Libyans did it. Normally they name palaces after where they found and stuff. A lot of the times. But this is an exception. But I want to show you why they call this the Libyan palette. Y'all won't even believe it. It's because of, let me make it bigger. This one glyph, right? Let me show you it. Bow, right there. Would y'all believe that? Oh, I don't play that hard coof and turn off this heater because I'm the only one paying these bills and cats love it on 80. I'm telling you, y'all been throwing a coat in the house. I'll be right back.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hard coupe, that's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Nether at hoop. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you. Sacrifice their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my heart. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, no king. You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing.
Thank you.
You're like
Thank you, Pan-African James. Go on and build on that glyph.
If you think it ain't
This
black,
will
then
make
let
them
me
say
just
it's
check
Libyan.
'em. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line dog and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Nijal was a scary man. And he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turn
you know what I'm
Egyptian
happy
temples
about?
to churches and still say I'm.
I came on this battlefield 2024, and in about 19 days, I gave my people a reassurance that they ain't even got a trip off the Mediterraneans no more. I guarantee you, I hope that I sent a lot of brothers to sleep with a smile on their face. Just like them chats got them smiles right there. That's the smile that I hope I sent people to sleep with, that smile on their face. Because them dudes ran amok all last year. And y'all know how the feds do you. They not tracing you down on every block you stand on. When it's your day, it's your day. So I knew I got the power. I choose the day when you fall off. The day you fall off is the day I address you. That's facts. Ask Chief X. Is the North African thing dead, yes or no? Gosh. Name one of them. We're going to get back to this palette, but we just got to build for a minute. We need some more slap. I need to make a new song. I guess it's because they crazy, bruh. Right? Dang, I thought the music would start right when I pressed.
On the last episode of Tally Ho,
No, Tally Ho came on. We could listen to Tally Ho. I'm still doing my little break. We ain't listening to Tally Ho right now. We listen to they crazy, bro.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon-Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know Palet ripped me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you on Papa Chopper, Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you'll walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish, that's Tahu Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Unks, stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
What up, Barn Dog? We stay good, boy.
Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
So what we see here, I ain't showed y'all nothing that got to do with Egypt. See? I showed y'all items from a previous culture, a culture before Egypt in a place called Tasseti that we know as Nubia. You see? Now, I'm showing my people, and I had it on the screen for a long time. The only word that they found on here that they trying to tell y'all this is Libyan. Why they do stuff like that? They do it because they thought we had never looked. Now, everybody who read the Medu Neter, and we know we got the exception that this is pre-dynastic. This is Nubian Neter. See, they mad. This Tassetian language. See, this is Tassetian language. Ain't no Egypt. Hey, look. You hella funny, James. Now, look. Someone write what that say. Do that say Libya or anything about Libya? If you see an ancient Egyptian, you know, we're dealing with this throw stick over here. And it's coming out of a piece of land. The best thing we could probably say would be the land of the throw stick. If we want to say the land of the bow. But what do y'all see right there? James, my man, y'all tripping. James be righter than them. I don't do that click shit. I go with who sound like they right. I'm at my house. I could lose stripes rocking with some clowns and whoever judging us. I'm talking about some people who just want to click up and make people feel bad. And I ain't my power way better than that. I'd be like, I definitely don't need to contribute to that. Ganging up on one person to make them feel like they wrong when you ain't showing them they wrong. And then I look and they don't be wrong. Please. I'll show you who I fucks with. Now look. Somebody said MN. I'm sorry, but I don't know how you got MN for that, but I don't know everything. I don't see MN unless, of course, the throwing stick is MN. Then you got me. This ain't ancient Egyptian language. They wasn't there yet. This is the only word. Well, I'll just go to say that this is nothing that indicates Libya. So I was saying I wanted to get at the title of this palette, the Libyan booty palette. That don't make no sense. Nothing is showing us here that they are extracting these as booty. Well, let's talk about it. And Egyptologists ain't stupid. And normally when we see oxen and cattle on registers like this, see if they're on a line like that, they might presume that there's a man to the right on this broken pallet taking in this inventory. But we can't presume our way through life. We gotta know some facts. So donkeys make us think Libya. All of these animals can be found in sub-Saharan Africa. SMH don't mean shaking my head when Chief X write it. Y'all tell us what it mean. Let's have some fun. What SMH mean when Chief X write it? I don't know. It don't mean shaking your head though. Unless, of course, you're going to show us how this is the Libyan palette. That's what people can't do. When you ask them to falsify something, they simply give their opinion on why they don't like you. Oh, SMH means the silly man's here. That's what that means. Silly man here. Chief X, SMH. Silly man here. Save my hit, huh? Damn, y'all look crazy. Y'all stupid. Hey, that don't got nothing to do with Tahu. So let's go to the top. Because we still was learning about the lion, and guess who appears on the top? With ancient Egyptian symbols of kingship before ancient Egypt. Huh? What do we see here? Now we really can go further. Because on the other palette, Ru, the lion, as we see him here, now we are looking at the third attestation. And this one proves definitively that he was a king. How does it do that? Because we read the language. And they wrote the language so we could know. What symbol do we see next to every zoo type? Do we see it? I'll make it bigger. Dang, I can't scroll. Let me see. Y'all see them symbols next to the scorpion? They'll tell you Scorpion was a king because they find him next to the symbology. This also let us know that a king wasn't just a fighting man. Why? Thank you, Amin. It's because the king don't got a weapon in his hand. The king has a weapon of plowing the land, an agricultural tool. We see that? That is called a merho. My man Tony Macaroni in the building. That A symbol, forgot their name. That A symbol is a merho. Now, this is why cats be messing up. Because they'll go look something up and do their speed wiki and say, look, we got the ancient Egyptian crown in Abydos too. At the same time, we got it in Nubia. And I'll say, oh, well, that was not the only Nubian Tassetian pre-dynastic symbol for kingship. Y'all thought it was just a crown? And so since the old kingdom, and now we see since before the old kingdom, Pharaohs, the leader, is known as the beloved of the people. This glyph here, Mer, you see the A, lets us know that this lion was beloved by the people. So was this scorpion. Now let's refer to two Disney movies. And maybe one of them was possibly in a different part of Africa. The Scorpion King and the Lion King. Looking at this palette, I'd probably predict the Falcon King in the next 20 years by Disney. Nothing else I can say. We also see, now this is how I beat the biggity breaks off of. Because these blocks inside, we got Brazilian Monk with the contribution to the channel. Thank you, family. Appreciate that. Right here. Now I'll show you something. Each of these, except the town of the fighting men, check this out. Now, if I could tell you where this was, where you think this was? I'm just saying, yo, these names we gotta name ourselves because it ain't been done. Let's go to the left. There was a city called Kepper. See, and we don't know who ruled it. It was before Egypt. In the south. How do I know it was in the south? I don't know it was in the south. What I do know is this palette was found in the south. Now look. If we look at the first one to the left, we see a beetle at the top and an R at the bottom. That is the full way you write the name Kepper throughout all of ancient Egyptian history. Before Egypt was founded. This would be considered Tassetian if you want to keep it a buck. Next to them, we got the weird one. Because we can barely see it, but we do see this man has a beard. And he choking out another man. But the other man got choke hands to him too, it appears. And it's in the middle of enclosed walls. And we can presume the ruler of whichever area, whichever enclosed city this was on top of here. But why would the city be all about civil war? Are the inhabitants within the walls of the city fighting each other? Maybe this is the city of, if you come in here, we gonna choke you out. We're gonna call this city what? Choke. Right? We gotta name stuff. We do it too. Egyptologists do it all the time. They don't got choke on the map. Where was choke? How you say choke in Metal Netter? Let's look it up. I'm gonna open the chat in a second. Let's see choke. Hold on, man. They trying to get me to do stuff. No, man, let this go. If I gotta do all that, what they want me to upgrade, I don't want to upgrade. All right, see, now they want me to upgrade now. That's the only thing I can click. They got me in the matrix. Can't click nothing. I'm gonna close this window. Close window, man. I don't know. Adobe ain't been working for me lately. All right, there it go. As soon as I said that, it ran a little test. Choke. To be choked. Netty. Netty. Y'all want to choke. Setep. Mur. To choke. To bind together. This place was called Choke, bro. Boo-boo. Babu. Choke. All right, this place was Babu. Tell me I'm wrong. Dude choking dude out. Let's go to the next one. Now we can see the Merho here, but whoever was the ruler of this pre-dynastic before Egypt town with a ruler, they had a stork, it looks like. Y'all can tell me what kind of bird this is. But let's count these blocks. 1, 2, 3, 7 blocks inside of here. My argument is that seeing that this is proto-dynastic language, these blocks represent two things. And even by the end of this palette, they'll become to represent what we know them as, I think. First, the blocks represent enclosures or homes or hoops or structures inside of the city. But the blocks stand to represent plurality, multiplicity, or what have we inside of the city. More than one person, more than one building, multiple people, multiple enclosures, multiple structures. And by the end, now we know the falcon would be Horus. Heru. So we can read Mer, beloved, Heru. If we want to read inside of here, it will be hard for us. We simply see an owl. How do we know this is an owl? We definitely know this is an owl. There's no mistake that this is an owl. The reason why we know it is an owl, because there's one bird that the ancient Egyptians wrote with both eyes looking at you. Throughout 3,000 years of history. That bird is an M bird. An owl. So the M sound is in this city name. I'm just going to go further to say that these blocks that represent plurality are the oo sound. Even though I don't think this place was called Mu, I think this place was Mayam. This is one of the older Nubians. It's called a Neba now. And when I say Nubian, allow me to, we have to use these layman terms to indicate these areas. Unless you guys are familiar with Ta-Nehesi, be familiar with it now. It's what Nubia was called, Ta-Nehesi. Ta-Seti being a smaller polity inside of Ta-Nehesi, the greater region. Or some could say, no, Ta-Nehesi just the southern areas of Egypt, and Ta-Seti stretched outside of Egypt. Both can be argued.
Mu, Mayam, we definitely got the M. If this is a historic art, this could be an Aku bird. I'm just saying. Because we know of these lands, some land of the spirit in the south. But that's my conjecture because I can't tell what bird this is. Now that we see they both got myrrh holes, we know this one had a myrrh tool. And we can see all of these have myrrh tools. Now, earlier we were talking about double falcon. We got plenty of attestations, just like we're looking over the ones for King Mahi, the lion, M-A-I, or King Ru, the lion, but he's never recumbent. So I would say King Mahi, the Lion King. We clearly see the Scorpion King town right here. See a scorpion? And you see this beloved scorpion. So now, let's ask ourselves this about this. We see different iconography on the top of this city enclosure. When it comes to the two falcons, what do we see? Standards. Tribal standards. They're on top of these perches. Those are standards. A standard is to elevate deity, basically. Not if it ain't deity on top of a standard, it's something being venerated by the people who uphold the standard. Now, I'm going to go back to another palette to prove something. To do this, type Dynasty 00, and it should take you to Francisco Raphael's site. Then you click palettes. Now we're talking about double falcon. But we need to, I think they was twins. But we're going to talk about it. You can't form patterns with one thing. Remember we were looking at this? Now they said Neb Way, the two lords. So it's not one lord. Shout out to Brother Flag. Can the choke glyph good speech? I think you were saying I did a good speech about the choke glyph. I don't know. Shout out for the contribution. I'm going to open up the chat in a minute. This right here, look. We do see two falcons or two birds, but they're on one thing. So it made scholars say that this is a pre-dynastic king called Double Falcon. Let's remember Manetho and what he said. What did he say about the first rulers of Egypt? Huh? Manetho said about the first, he said one of the first rulers of Egypt was what? One of the first rulers of Egypt was Horus. But he didn't say Horus. He said Shemsu Heru. The followers of Horus. That poses a question for us. How could the followers of Horus be a ruler? And they supposedly ruled for 1,000 years, by the way. I think that's right. You may want to check that. It's in the rap I wrote. If I can remember the lyrics, then I can remember how long they ruled for. Dang. But nevertheless, what I need us to see here is two falcons and the other two birds on top.
right? What we see right here. We could have missed this, huh? Two birds. Now, why did they name Nakata Nakata? Nakata is supposed to be the oldest ancient Egyptian archaeological extractions. They based that on the Arabic name for the location. Now, guess what would have happened if they based it on the ancient name for the location? The fix would have been in. They would not have been able to separate Nubians out of Egypt. I repeat, see, this what happened. It was Breaston and Reisner. They coming from two different schools, and they was choosing who get what, and they was having to deal with the authority, the British authority, I think, on who got to excavate what. One was with the Harvard School, one was with the Oriental Institute. So that lets us know Breaston was with the Institute. And I think Reisner was with Harvard. Y'all can look that up, but I wrote on it, so I'm trying to remember it from my writings. Now, look it up in my book. When you copy it, what's up? I got the books right here. Who else want a book? Make sure y'all get that. Now, right here, Nakata is originally called Nubwet. Nubwet. Now, that's a problem. It's a problem if you want the world to think that this was the first ancient Egyptian extraction. We could go to the Tazian, the Bartering, and all of that. And we could go to Maria Gatto's work to see how she said that's just all an expansion of the Nubian complex. And I'm not talking about the Nubian industrial complex, but I'm talking about how Nubians had it set up, or the people of Tassedi had it set up before then. All right. So Nakata, again, Nakata was what? Nubwet. I show us this on the map all the time. In Nubwet, they find a palette with two birds on it and nothing else. All right. So when we come here and we're looking at the third one with two birds on it, but these two birds are on standards, it's going to make us refer to another palette. Combined with Manetho's work and this empirical observation, we can form our own conclusions, because they're based on something. Let's look at this. The two dogs, what do we got in the middle? One falcon on a building facade. Some would say that could be Haor before Haor went into the facade. But what I want us to look at is, let me find this other one. We looked at it earlier. Now we can understand it better. Because this is the reason I argue that there's a contingency on the left side holding a standard with a falcon on top.
And there's another contingency on the right side holding a standard with a falcon on top. I'm kind of sleepy. I'm about to open up the chat and listen from the bed, man. Hold on, I'm tired. Somebody, come on. Let's get it popping. All of this is what they would like to call Nubia. Why? Because ain't no Egypt, but there is a Taseti.
Recording in progress.
Man, I'm hating that I added that. Let me remove this stuff. How do I remove that? Go to here. Move.
Recording stopped.
Remove. Damn. All right. Check this out. They telling me to sign into the chat, bro. I don't know what's going on.
With the price of just about everything.
Oh boy, let me see. It's just supposed to be the chat. Pop out chat. I just got hella tired. Cause I be drinking coffee, then you could have a coffee crash. Dang, I had a coffee crash. Yeah. There go the link. Come on, brother Reggie. Come straighten it out for him. Keep these Nubian teachings up. That's where we going. I'm going to do the whole course on Sonetta. Where James at? Shout out to James in the building. Y'all hit that link. I don't even know. Let me keep back teaching. Eddie the King about to mess it up. Dang. Why you saying Nubian? Why you saying, oh my God. Peace, Eddie. What's up? How you doing today?
Peace, man. What's poppin'?
I know you coming to mess it up.
Huh?
You coming to mess up my teachings?
Nah. I've been studying, brother. So I really came to build with you and learn and maybe even share some of the stuff.
Word up. I appreciate that.
For sure. I've been looking for you. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like if we doing it's gonna be a
All right, go on and get it out. I'm not even mad. What I do now? What you trying to say, basically?
Nothing. No,
Nah.
I want to build on the A group.
All right, there you go. Let's do it.
A group. So my question is, Smack, when the A group comes into like the first, second cataract, do they encounter the Badarians, like the Nakata culture right there?
So that's a good question. Now, Badari, if we look on the map, is going to be a couple gnomes above Nakata.
Mm-hmm.
So the question of when they came in, that was kind of a loaded way to ask it, because I don't propose, and I don't think scholars propose that they came in. I think that it was people that wasn't there already, that had not been developed into a full culture or civilization, and this is how they propose it. And so they saying that about the time when stuff started to form together, we got this Nakata A group.
So because when I looked at that incense burner, the incense burner, am I mistaken not to see that Nakata culture are those not the A group that we see that they're defeating? But so there's 3 boats, right? And then we see the white crown in the middle, and then we see the Kushites, the Nubian A group underneath, defeated, right?
Man, I'm gonna let you continue. Go ahead.
So I mean that's what I saw on the incense burner. So I'm just asking, is that correct?
How much of what you saw is actually written there, or how much did you just do interpolation, your own interpolation?
So what everything I just said basically would be third party, because I read it, I interpreted it.
So somebody said Kushites was on there?
A group, we see the feather and we see the bow.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. A group ain't called Kushites by nobody.
It's Nubian, all right?
So remember how we dealing with these terms? So in particular, Nubian is like just a name for a region that had gold in it.
Now, when we talk about Kushites, they are only in what they call upper Nubia, which is way south down the map. Nakata is found in lower Nubia on the parts of Egyptian Nubia, where if we look in the new colonial borders, it is the region of Nubia that will fall in the new colonial borders of Egypt. You see what I'm saying? And so, in a sense, the Kushites ain't involved in the conversation of the A group.
No, right. They're not at all because so A group is basically coming from Karma early, right? It's from
That
Karma.
would associate them with the Kushites. So it
Okay.
may be remnants of Tazian and Badarian and A group cultures. Like
And that's
people who just settled up north more than those people. But they say they was there. So Shamaka Kieta say those were the indigenous people. They are a result of that eastern or southern migration.
Okay. Because hold on. I got some things written down. If I can see.
Hey James, what's up with you?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make you the host early. My stomach start turning, all kind of stuff. I'm gonna lay down for a minute. Hold on.
Right on.
But I'm still right here for a minute though.
Yeah.
So y'all, James the host. Hold on.
Okay. What's popping, James?
What's happening with you, Eddie?
Hello.
Oh, I got it.
So, I had did a couple of things the other day, and I see we still got detractors, but it's just amazing to me that this is still going on with certain people. Like what he just showed today is another, that's kind of like a continuation of what we had the other day, where I was stating that Nubia was in kind of like in the same position as Egypt. Now, somebody sent me something, but I just didn't get a chance to read over it well, so I don't know if I need to put that out there. But what's going on, Shamsu Patah Amun?
What's happening? We see you.
Yeah, so let me see if I can find something to put up on the screen. Hold on. Because I don't know what I did. I wanted to just show that over here because Sheffrin, he acted like he couldn't comprehend.
That's crazy. Hey, is Smash gone? Or he Smash, you in the bed or can you respond?
Respond, what did you want him to respond to what?
No, we was talking about the A group. I had some information I just wanted to share.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is from the Journal of Black Studies. I'm gonna read a quick first sentence. So it says the inhabitants of ancient Nubia and Kush are called the A group and C group and fourth and so forth by archaeologists. The artifacts found in the A group royal cemetery of the Nubians in Tarseti at Kusto were the founders of Kemet. And this just says Bruce Williams, 1987.
Now that's cool. They didn't say much wrong. Did you say the word Kush?
Yeah, well, it says I said Nubians.
See, that's what I'm saying. So that's just the little nuances that we is talking about. And he just saying people of the region of this gold region down by now. Let's remember and let's note to people when we talk about Cousteau, we going so much further south than everything that we have been talking about. And even still, that's one of the first occurrences we find of the symbols of kingship. Now, Sheffrin also brought out that they found one contemporaneous to that in Abydos. And my question to that is, just like I've been trying to show all show, if there was not a kingdom of Egypt yet, right, and we find a crown that was in Cousteau and in Abydos, what would this crown represent at the time period when it was
used. It would
Right.
represent a kingdom that was there prior to Egypt.
Already, right.
Exactly. And we know the area to be Taseti.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No matter even if we found it in Mesopotamia or if we found it in the Delta, if we still know what it went on to represent, then we would have to argue that it represented a kingdom that was there before the one that it represents now.
Mm-hmm. So the dates are all, they gotta really, really go back and change the dates of a lot of things.
Well, I think that it's done on purpose.
But
What they did.
just real
I
quick,
don't think that this is a
James,
mistake.
what dates?
So
They saying the
they,
stuff right. You doing that, bro.
so it says here, he said has made it clear that the Kusto pharaohs are the Egyptian rulers referred to as the Red Crown rulers.
Well, let's slow down. Because the Kusto rulers, that's very, very funny. Because what he's saying is the Kusto rulers are the rulers of the north.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Those were the ones who, if we look at it, so you said I interpolated the Nubians being
But
defeated.
they had on the white crown, though.
Yeah,
They
that's
did.
what they had the white crown on that particular
The
artifact.
pharaoh in the boat in the middle had on the white crown.
There was
Not
another one that had on a red one.
And this one says they're red. So yeah.
Shepard can't understand that there was no Upper Egypt at the time that we find this crown.
Right.
And after everything I said, and I've been trying to say it slow, I've been trying to enunciate, and I've been trying to bring forward the strong points. And he still writes in front of 97 people, the crown represents Upper Egypt. What does that show about Sheffrin's aptitude?
Well, what happened was, they kind of go through stuff a different type of way of scholarship from what I'm noticing. So what he did was, while we was talking about the white crown and saying that was the oldest sampling that they had of he Googled it or whatever and found that they had another one up in Nakata or either Abydos.
I know. And I responded to him.
I don't know where if he we ever looked at the actual image, which I think that would have been good. But he with that said, with whatever he read, that would be correct if that's what it said. But I still wouldn't have a problem with it because it's still in the same area, general area of the nucleus of the civilization. So what's the problem?
So this is his major mess up. Not even was Egypt, or not, we know Egypt wasn't there, so we're not tripping off that. But let's just deal with his basic concept. As many times as we say that upper was around the area of Nakata and lower was around the area of Ombo or Nub, or the first known Taseti, he's still under some impression that upper and lower may be the traditional upper and lower Egypt as we have it now. So the upper and lower, as they knew it, would be in what we call all South Egypt today. Now back to what Eddie was saying, that his source said that the Kusto people would be the rulers of the North. That could be interpreted in two ways. Because if he's saying that the people of Kusto was the rulers of the North, or of the Red Crown, then the Southern contingency will be south more of them. As it would make.
But he wasn't saying North as meaning now Delta as far as up.
Yeah, I know. I just broke that down, but keep going.
Okay.
But
go
going.
ahead.
He was saying North more than the others. But let's read your source again, because the point is Kusto is way past the Second Cataract in the south.
Right.
So if he's saying that's the Northerners,
I think he's saying that these pre-dynastic pharaohs, which would be like from the Nakata culture, when they came in contact with the A group, they conquered them. They were coming down. You know what I'm saying? The A group disappeared, right?
It depends on how we note that, because disappeared means that they start calling all this material culture Egyptian after a certain point in time. Maria Gatto and Aaron DeSosa point that out. Aaron DeSosa pointed out in a video called Egyptian or Nubian, where he's doing a conference for the Cairo Symposium. Oh, no, not Symposium, for the Cairo Museum.
Well, I just hate that word. You know that because from what I'm looking at, it's always they're always Wasetians, brother. It's either the
But you
line of
made that up, though.
it's always the line of Intef or Imhotep that's bringing them out of the intermediate periods. So like, look,
That's true, but you said it kind of wrong.
because look,
But I know what you're trying to say. You mean the
it's as
people
if we're
from
getting it
Thebes
from
are
their,
the people from the South,
yeah, it's like
but
we're
they're
getting
not
it from their,
Intefians.
but it's like we're getting it from their viewpoint only.
But you're
As
making
if
up hella terms, though. What is an Intefian?
Intef was a general, and that particular family and bloodline ruled from Waset. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
So
bro, you made that up.
what?
So
I
the
did not make that up.
Intefian family that you talking about, that's gonna be Mentuhotep family,
Okay, right.
11th
Okay.
dynasty.
Yeah.
But if you say Intefians to anybody, they're gonna be saying what you talking about. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
No,
Yeah. Give me right in the terminology.
yeah. I'm just saying, it's like, I know who you talk, what you're trying to say, and I know you're not wrong in what you're trying to say. They did rule from Thebes, and almost everybody who brought Egypt back together did it from Thebes. But you making them a people group called the Wasetians and went further with the Intefians, and that's just a simple mistake that could be fixed.
Okay. Yeah, you get me sharp. I'm fucking with you because everything you ever said, I went back and researched, brother, and just keep studying. So
Yeah, that's true.
all right. All
Every
right.
intermediate period was solved by a contingency about the South. And Thebes being the sometimes the traditional border of of Egyptian Nubia and just regular Egypt. The areas where you can't find gold no more.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, because it seems like so. Okay, so let's talk about it because if that's the case, so are we calling pharaohs like um Shoshank? Shoshank, those aren't Egyptian pharaohs, but we count them as
I
rulers. Are we
mean,
talking
they
about?
considered themselves Libyan, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Libyan. So look, so the one liberated that Socrates, right? The Libyans that I'm looking at, they were
Your mic is muffling up, Eddie.
Good
hold on.
question, J. Mill. I don't know offhand. Somebody should pull that up. What's the oldest known use of the double crown? Now, they both have them. Narmer got both of them, just like Scorpion got both of them. But putting them both together as one is what we call the unification. But maybe not. But
Man, I read that the other day too. That's crazy.
What's not? What are they unifying?
they
Because the
unifying
way
the two lands. They unifying the people from the Nakata area with the people from the Kom Ombo area. And then they come together and they go northward.
can you tell me what Nepal is?
Kom Ombo area is Taseti.
That is Todd City. Okay.
The reason why I said the Kom Ombo area because it specifies a smaller region inside of Taseti because of some of that area, as Dr. Ben told us, was also Taseti. And even the glyphs tell us that because the original name of Nakata is Noob Wet. Noob Wet. That means you can find gold there. That means it's a part of Egyptian Nubia. But if they would have told us like that, it would have mean that the Egyptians was Nubians, and they don't want to say it like that.
I think I think they are a group
Of course they
of
are.
Nubians.
Everything, not to cut you off, but everything we show, and this is my point. Oh, I got to take the host back real quick, James, just to open up the screen share stuff. Let me see. Reclaim host. And y'all feel free to hit the link. Now look, watch this. Now this ain't me saying this. I'm just showing us some evidence, and you're going to see the evidence. You would have to come to the same conclusions. If not, let's see what conclusions you come to. So we just going to the known map. known map, Egypt, right? And we're going to look at everything we said geographically. In the first instance, we look at the complete lotus flower of the Nile. And like I put forth today, the roots of Kemet is literally in the roots of this flower. You see this flower? When we come way down here, see the buds and the blossom is all at the bottom by the delta. This, I called it the bottom, and it'll literally be the top, but from the ancient Egyptian perspective, this was the bottom. Down here in the roots, Upper Egypt, that's why they call it upper, but it's really the roots in the concept of this being a flower. Everything transpired. And so now when we click in and to look at this and to get further detail, we can, oh, guess what? The University of Manchester hit me today for my dues, y'all, and my fees. Then I told her, I said I enrolled, but I ain't even take that course. And she said, nah, you in that course, bro. And I said, hell no. So now I'm like, okay, I know I'm smashed. I could just go read everything that they did up until this point in the last few months and just turn that in. But I don't want to dedicate to that. And that's why I didn't do it. Because it would be too much work for what I got going on in my life. But they talking about I owe them fees. I'm like, y'all tripping. Y'all about to go look. I ain't clicked one thing. I thought I wasn't in the class. When I didn't pay the initial, I said I was cool. I thought I wasn't in the class. But look at this. Nakata, number 5, right? Nakata. Noob wet. See, this is what they're trying to tell you. The ancient Egyptian glyphs don't say shucks about a Nakata. You can verify that with these glyphs right here. Please, some people who read the glyphs, come in and let's get it popping. Because I don't want to be the only one that tell us that this is well, I call it a gold chain. It's more accurately called an Egyptian neck piece or Egyptian neck collar, or whatever. The gold neck collar. So that's gold. It is a word noob for gold. So I'm literally showing you that Nakata, the only people who switched it is the Egyptologists. The oldest ancient Egyptian extraction is called noob wet. Now, anyone who's thinking I'm wrong, just look at NBWT under there, right? That's what we have. Someone want to find another name for Nakata, go right ahead. But when we say Nakata, we're going to the Arabic. Yep, now you could say Neb-2 too. That's what I did too. I talked about that too, for various reasons though. But sometimes you do render the uchik before the T because of a particular grammatical rule. Nevertheless, like Set Imhotep is pointing out, the glyphs here actually read NBTW, Nebetu. But we'll talk about that rule in a minute. Now, it is about it is a rule of feminization, if I can recall it. And when you pluralize something that is feminized, sometimes the W goes before the feminization on the root, and which give us noob wet. But someone who deals with the grammar more can explain that for us when they click the link. Now, but my point is clear. That the ancient Egyptians didn't call this nothing Nakata, they called it noob wet. If the archaeologists would have told us the oldest ancient Egyptian stuff come from noob wet, we would have all figured it out. So they came anew. Eddie?
I'm here. I was just going to ask you a question. So I do want to read. So because my question is this: Kaseti means land of the bow.
Yes, sir.
So my research has made me to understand that means that that's the Eastern Desert, and that is in below Aswan, correct or no? And
No,
that
that's
would
not
be
correct.
that would be the Deseret, and that would be
No,
the
no,
red.
that's not correct.
That's not.
Heck no.
That's not Tarseti.
It's a part of Tarseti, but that's not Tarseti. Tarseti is a whole big place, and you just limited to the Eastern Desert.
But you know what I want to tell you why I want to. So let me break it down a little bit more. Why I said what I just said, because that's where the Magi would be,
But
and
that's
that's where
more accurately said is where Mijah is, not Tarseti.
where Magi. So
Yeah,
but
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
so but that Magi is within Tarseti.
Yes, but you said Tarseti was in the Eastern Desert. You didn't say some of the Eastern Desert encompasses, you know, like
Okay.
Tarseti goes on both sides of the river, is what my point.
Right.
And so,
Right.
yes, there's some area in the Eastern Desert that's Tarseti, but Tarseti ain't in the Eastern Desert.
Exactly. Okay. And so the other side, so this is my point to where I'm saying, this is why I was asking you, where is Kemet at? Because opposite that, we have Nahes.
We have what?
NHS.
Where you see
Ta-Nahes.
that at?
That's Ta-Nahes.
Where you see that
That's
at?
that's
Is
that's
what
the
the question.
Southland. That's the other side of that's the other side of Tarseti.
Man, so let's deal with that. Like,
Yeah,
first,
zoom out
the
or something.
first
Let me
question he asked was,
And
where
I
you
can
see
tell
that
you,
at?
I didn't say that. I didn't say he asked that question.
I know
I
he
didn't say that
asking
I
you.
thought of
You
that.
supposed to answer the question.
Oh, so those locations would be between the first and the sixth cataract.
So let's just deal with it. The term that they found, right? Nahesi, for Southerner, notice it ain't on the map. That's the good point that he pointing out. There's no locale on the map called Ta-Nehesi. You want to know why? Because we've been saying it for over and over. It just means Southerners.
But wait, So
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm asking questions at the same time. So is my understanding that the Ta, when we see the Ta like Ta Seti, that negates a geographic. That's the toponym for a it's a geographic location. So
Yeah.
the Ta Nahes, that's a location. That's a location as well.
Yeah. So just think about, just translate the whole word. Lands and southern. So if I look it up, it's going to say southern lands. Now, that's not a particular place. That is just all lands that are in the South. You see what I'm saying? Southern.
Yeah,
then we translate those people as Southerners, so to speak. Now, if we in America real quick and we say Southerners, you don't just got to be from Mississippi. You don't just got to be from Atlanta. You just got to be from the South.
That's so Sai Island, right?
Pardon me?
The island of Sai is a southern. It would be is a southern as well. That's between the.
I will take your word for it, bro.
Sai, SAI. Bro, I've been doing some great research. I ain't gonna lie, bro. So I know I've been really researching all the actual tribes that lived between up in that first and sixth cataracts. But we definitely right when you say they all are called Southerners, but they did actually start to exhibit a certain phenotype of dark-skinned people.
Well, that was just natural because of the equatorial zones, and they was more exposed to a different type of sun, basically. So that's gonna just happen.
So that's where I'm getting an association with, if anything, that would be called the land of a black or a Negro land. It would be that location. So you understand what I'm saying? Because
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree. But you can continue.
And that's it. Because we look at the Nile Delta, and that's really, we see, even though the Libyans, like, I don't like the word race.
Well, do you look at the areas that's on the map that we talking about? That's what the point is. And these people that we talking about, this is in the traditional borders of what we call Egypt today.
Let me read something real quick.
So hold on, I can't figure out what's going on. So what's going on, Eddie? Like, what are you saying?
We talking, what you mean?
No, I'm just saying, like you trying to establish what point?
So I it was clear. I said to me that location. So I'm gonna read the source real quick. So it says that the use of Taseti at the end of the Old Kingdom is attested by numerous that can be found in the pyramid text. It says at the beginning of the 6th dynasty appeared NISBE of NHS, that's Nehes. NHSJ, as is seen in some of the regiments of Winnie's army, among others, and it says they show the Urjet, and then it's spelled, the Urjet is listed Nehes JW. Then they have the Magi.
Nahesi.
They have them listed. Yeah, then they have the MEDJA. They have them as Nehesi JW,
Mm-hmm.
and then they have Yam, and they have them as Nehesi JW. Then they have Wawat. They have them as Nehesis, and then they have KAAU, and they have them as Nehesis JW.
Mm-hmm.
So when we see the JW, that means people group, right?
Nah.
When we see the Ta, that negates no.
Nah.
Nah.
I can show you the glyphs. Let me show you, bro.
And you know what? It looked like the thing you showed us before Smash, where they had all.
It's exactly it. I know we've seen it plenty of times. I'm gonna show him again.
I'm like, is he talking about that?
Yep.
So
we gotta look at the glyphs, because what you're gonna learn is the IW ain't even there, bro. I'm gonna show you. Let me see. It's in my article, Nessie and the Neighborg. So,
but they're saying that it has to be a people group because they're talking about somebody.
Well, you can interpret it for yourself. They are definitely talking about people, but they saying Southerners. But let's look and see. We're gonna look at it real quick. You see my screen?
Right. I thought I was tripping.
Here you go.
It sounds like dirty is right there.
So now what you were just reading, you could go back to start what you're reading and start from where it say Magi, and we're gonna go over this in the middle.
Okay, where the Magi, it spells them with the M and the D, and then at the backwards 3, then it says Nehes.
Now let's slow down. See, right here we got the M, and here go the DJ. Y'all see my mouse?
Yeah.
Now, Budge, this is why we be telling people about Budge. Y'all see this bird is looking at us, so that got to be an owl bird. Now, he messed up and put an owl bird back here, and you clearly just said it's a backwards 3, right? Mm-hmm. I'm just pointing things out to people. So that would say Mija, but Budge got Mijidma. But we know that this is Magi, and you see this foreign land here. Now, what does your thing say is after the foreign land or what have you?
Hold on, let me go back to it. It's the Nehes JW.
See, so now look, it doesn't mention the foreign land glyph, but we got Nehes, right? You see Nehes? Now, where's the JW?
At the end of the Nehes.
So let me slow that down. Nehes, they're trying to say EU, right? Nehes EU. Now, E is turning it into a nisba, meaning that means some people, and the U means plural. So we can clearly see that's not written here. What's written here is 3 people with feathers on their head.
Right.
Now we should talk about this, because if you notice, there's not no EU there. There's 3 people with feathers on their head. Let's go back to the word. Damn.
Oh man, it would
I gotta answer this to my daughter.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about it, Eddie. It would be good if we could see your text right along, because see, that would be even better. So let me ask you: does it say where the inscription comes from? Does it say the inscription of Una?
I searched it, brother. It's the pyramid.
No, it definitely is the inscription of Winnie.
Yeah, I just wanted to know would it line up and say the inscription of Una?
It's going to say Winnie. The reason why it's going to say Winnie is because Budge had his own transliteration system, and he thought the W was a U, and he put Una.
Right.
And that A, he thought, which others say, is an I.
So if you take that, you put a W and an E.
Yeah, it is a little dot or something on
Yeah, yeah. So it's gonna be Winnie, but that's definitely what it is. But let's continue if you can't verify what is actually to verify.
Go ahead. All right, hold on.
You got to go ahead because we read to the Nehesi, and I want you to see.
I'm ready. I was here for that part.
Well, what point I was about to make before my phone rang was there is a another glyph that we scrutinized called Kemet TU, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you notice they don't got a T on the end of that word, but they put an EU there, and so what it's saying is these are people groups associated with the root. Now, what do you see here after this is an M? And I'm also tripping off this a lot, but I think they should say the people of Yam are next.
It does.
Right? So we see Yam here, right? Now, how we see Yam.
Hold on, Smash. You taking that M out of there?
It does.
So this M, this is so let's note how they did this so we can really see how the fix is really in. And the goal of them transliterating it this way is not to reveal that there were Nehes in Libya.
But Smash, check it out. So, cause guess what you just showed me. So, because even though they're all different, they're all we all see they're all use the same three.
Besides, there's one in the back down at the bottom that don't.
Well, we're going to talk about it, but that is only indicative of Southern tribes, is what I'm saying. And so the people in the South wore the feather in their head. And so this is saying Southern, well, if you want to, we could say it how we want to say it. But ultimately, to understand the glyphs when we encounter this term in different places, if we take it out of the context of Southerners, we're going to think they're talking about tribes of people. Now, the word to indicate that is the first word. See what I mean? And so this say Mijah, Nehes. Southerners from the land of Majah. Right? All of these lands are in the South. Let's all take note of that too. Yam, we know how far south that is supposed to be. Southerners from Yam. Now, Egyptologists translate this as Negroes. Right. So that's definitely something that we don't want to make that mistake, because they're not talking about races in particular. These could have been any type of Southerners, any race, as long as you was from Mijah, from Yam, from Wawat, from Kaka'u. Now let's slow Kaka'u down real quick, because earlier we was talking about this. And I told people I located the area where Ru actually are, where the Lion King actually ruled. And it says it right here. This is a whole pre-dynastic palette talking about the same damn place. Look. Now, what I said at first was at the top of the palette, like we really see the language information. Notice how many squares are inside of the city enclosures. 7 right here, probably 7, 8 right here. You know what I'm saying? And then 4 over here. But in the bottom row, it's consistently only 3. And I'm noticing that for various reasons. Now, the formation of the 3 under the glyph remained in the ancient Egyptian lexicon and writing system throughout history. But you clearly see them putting them all over the place. Now, what I'm saying is this still represents plurality or multiplicity, but in this form that we see it, is talking about multiple city structures or multiple structures inside of these city walls with the name of the city indicated by whatever we see here. So why I came here is because you see these arms upstretched.
Yeah, the Ka symbol.
Yeah, and it says A-A-U, Kaka'u. Well, all we got to do is come back to this ancient palette. We see these arms upstretched. They got a line that ain't in the glyph no more going through the arms. Then we see 3 3 glyphs. This gives us the oo sound, these 3. Now, this is ka. Ka-oo.
You gotta be shitting.
It say ka-oo. Look, it literally say ka-oo.
Yo, that's crazy. Hold on, go back to the other joint. Because you said that one said ka-oo too, right?
This one say ka-a-oo. It's just, it say ka-oo, it's just an extra A here.
Right.
It says ka-oo. Now we see something, it looked like a duck head. Yeah, but it's like normally a head for power, but it could be a different one. That don't look like the lion head. And a mer for waterways, and then a foreign land determinative. And it's in the south, okay?
Yo, don't the lion got a merhole in his hand on the other picture?
Yes, he does.
You know.
So this is why I definitively can argue that I would say that Mahi was the beloved of Ka'u here, right? And then in this time period, they was going to the south to round up some warriors. And we see a place called Ka'u Nahes. Now, here's a question. I wish I had this whole book, but I argue because of this M that we see here, that it don't say what they wanted to say. They just transliterating it this way on purpose. What it really has, and if you go back and read what it says before it say Mija, go back to the first people group in your reading, please, Eddie.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, I'm here. All right, here I go. So I'll just start. I'm gonna go back a quick little second. So it says, to the present day, the mention of NHS on the this is on the Palermo stone, is the oldest one, because it seems unlikely that an early phonetic parallel.
No, that ain't what I'm talking about. I apologize. You had a translation of this text that you was reading along with what I was reading.
Oh, about Winnie's army? Okay. Yeah. It was the Urkjet.
So who were the first people group they start with?
Urkjet.
So read the sentence encompassing the Urkjet or whatever.
Okay. It says, at the beginning of the 6th dynasty appeared the Nahes, NHS, and then it says NHSJ, as is possible to see in some regiments of Winnie's army, of which, among others, we have the Urkjet, and they're spelling it IRT, I, and then it says dash NHS Nahes JW, Nahesiwu, and then it has the Medjai, MAJ, MED.
All right, hold on. Yeah, that's cool. Let me show you. I'm gonna pull it up. What is this called?
It has so it has a Wawa, so it has a Wawa as a people group as well.
Well, it has people from Wawa, Southerners from Wawa. But again, if we say that that's a people group, then we're going to think they all are different races. And that's not what they want us to think. So here's James Henry Breasted's translation of the same text, right? And watch what we see. We're going to get down to this part. When they fighting, everybody see it say the Asiatic sand dweller. So don't think I'm making that up. They can see that. Now, this is what we need to notice and be particular with this. Because it says, and in the midst of the strongholds, amongst the Urkjet Negroes.
Right.
Now, we all know we beyond this Negro word because we just looked at the glyphs, and that word that don't mean Negroes. They're just making us think that to make us think that the ancient Egyptians are not Negroes.
Right.
So they're saying but let's look at how this is worded. Because it says amongst the Urkjet Negroes, and then she says the Mazi Negroes and the Yam Negroes. But let's look at the glyphs. Now Urkjet Negroes ain't on here. Her next one was the Mazoi, which is Magi Negroes, and the Yam Negroes. Let's look at that. That is this on the top. Now we have Mija Nahes, so they say Magi Negroes. But then she skipped and said Yam Negroes.
Yeah. That's
But
next.
the problem is there's an M here. Now, I would look in the book to see if this M bar, it possibly can be said as and.
It's spelled J backwards
See,
3
look.
M.
No, this is henna. I know it. So you see this henna, that means together with and. We're going to try to see if the M bar can just mean and.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's hard to do in a book like this.
Let me see.
I mean, because I know that, yeah, it's too many. It's 45,000 M's in here. So,
Yeah, you said different ones.
huh? Well, it's just going to every time that they use the M. They're not actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not doing what I would like.
I thought you were saying they had 45,000 different types of M. I was like, man, I'm done.
Yeah, they're not letting me do it. I don't know why I've been doing this to me. Like,
So quick question. So Smash, because so it seems as if, so depending on the kingdom, old kingdom or middle kingdom or new kingdom, the term
I'm gonna pull up this
Southern
book. Go ahead.
or Negro. Okay, so it says in the middle kingdom, the Egyptians used the term Nehes for the people that live in Wawat or were born there. This word assimilated.
That's a gross interpretation of it. They in the South, family. So these people was telling us they used this word for them people, but we use the word Southerners for people of Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's all they saying.
Yeah, it says this word was assimilated to Negro during the New Kingdom, when the Egyptians referred sometimes to Nubians as Nehesiwu.
Nehesi what?
It says Nehes JW.
See, that's what I'm saying. The JW on the back don't change Southerners to Negro. That's just hella stupid. Like, that could be so argued. Anybody who know the glyphs know that. The argument is that it's taking Southerners, right, and it's making it a Nisba. And then it's making it a Nisba changing it to a person. And then the W is making them plural. But that don't change it from Southerners to Negroes. That is crazy.
Yep, that's what it said. It says, and the iconography that accompanied the text represented them as Negroes. So I will be interested to see what iconography they is.
Is the Southern.
They talking about them damn feathers on their head.
Well, and more like they talking about the phenotype of the Southerners. See, here's the trick that's being played. Nilotic people in the South phenotypically look different than Northerners. And if you go south more to Kush, the Cushitic people aren't the same stock as not what they call Nilotic Negroes. The very dark minute bowl looking like, and they skinny limbs, they say Nilo. I'm not saying he's from there, but I'm saying traditionally in anthropology, they say Nilotic. Let me just show you. Nilotic. Now, Nilotic means pertaining to the Nile. So no one can really get around this, that these are Nilotic people. Now, you see the body build is skinny legs, very dark skin, and be kind of tall. Now, these people, Nilotic people, are found south of the traditional areas we call Egypt today. And so it is only right to make to prey on that fact and to say that even I don't look Nilotic, but I'm dark, right? But you see what I'm saying? To say that everybody who is saying that, oh, Nilotes is to the south or this particular tribe of Nehesi, we can draw them like this.
Right.
That's not saying that the other people who wrote that was the opposite extreme of skin color. They could have been 3 hues lighter, as we hear people represented as reds and blacks on the Azana Stela of at about 300 AD.
It's probably the multitude of color off in this.
Pardon me?
That's just the color.
Well, now, just to be clear, there
was
will
somebody with some red okra on the right.
So hold on. Just to be clear, I can't qualify every source. See, when I clicked it, they talking about Somalis there, but I just was giving a general overview of what
Right there
pops
to the
up.
left. I'm talking about her.
What?
Right
Oh,
there
right
to the
here.
That's what I was
Okay,
talking
yeah. Well, he's
But see,
pointing
she
out that
wearing
she
that
has
red-
red
I wonder
ochre
what she-
on her to make she might be considered a red or what have you. But this is how some of this stuff happened. But my initial point was that now it was not nothing but migrations and the sun that made certain people who stayed in certain areas reflect darker than others. Because if we go down to the Cushitic people, who we all know are Nilotic, but they are separated from these people and they lighter. They lighter. So if you could just say Cushitic.
Well, you know, when you start to think about the Green Sahara and it drying up, that shows movement of a mass migration, not only of humans, but of you know, flora and fauna as well. I mean, the animals, the zoo types went south. So that's what you can just pretty much just imagine them a mass migration going to where those waterways were, like to Chad and to the Nile. Like, man, like,
So
I mean,
Don't
it
you
ain't even
see
that hard.
though, that when we click Cushitic, even though we're just doing a general Google, that people got lighter ultimately. I mean, you still see dark people.
Look at the
so
dude with the fro. He look like one of them pictures.
Exactly.
so the East Cushitic would be like the Beja.
Basically, somewhat. They did say they
Pig,
spoke a Cushitic language. So let's also
pig.
talk about it. Because this whole video, I have been not going into Cushitic language speakers. I've been talking about Nilotes, who said they said spoke a Nilo-Saharan language. Right?
Hey,
But this
Smash, I gotta go ahead, Smash. No, I gotta, because I'm reading as you, I'm building with you. So I'm reading about Nilo Cushitic. Is that what you're talking about?
no, Nilo-Saharan.
Okay. So, so it says the contemporary presence of Highland East Cushitic and Aga languages in Ethiopia, as well as Beja, so-called North Cushitic in East Sudan, makes it likely that these languages were present on the Middle Nile in antiquity.
Mhm.
And it's talking about identifying Cushitic toponyms.
But there's
It
truth
says
to that, but we're going to get lost because we just switched from people
East. Okay.
groups to language groups.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I think
You
you
feel
picked
me?
up
And then
Mike or
that's gonna
something.
spread us a different direction. It's gonna confuse us.
Okay. But okay.
Go ahead. What you want to say?
But those people, so we talking about like, hold on, because I got a list that I wanted to ask you. I'm looking at a map actually. So, and it says Wawa, and it says C group language, but it's listing the tribe that's actually speaking the C group language, right?
See, here's the thing. They trying to do that, but it's hard for them to do it because
Okay.
everything these Nilotes wrote, they wrote in the ancient Egyptian language. You feel me? Like
I
when
don't.
we
It
look
can't.
at,
It
go
can't be
ahead.
ancient Egyptian. It can't be Egyptian.
They don't want it to be.
It can't be.
And you
It
know we
had.
don't got no ancient Nilo-Saharan writings. So
It
instead
came from
of referencing the language that they find in their culture, they just rather go to a hypothetical one and say that's what they spoke.
So
That's
really
what's the
smash.
craziest part. Go ahead.
Really smash. We just really need to say Kemet is really strictly Waset and all the way down south to
We
Aswan,
don't need to say that, bro.
Aswan, because that's where really all the black people at.
All right, let's
Let's
slow
keep
it
it
up.
real.
You just said hell of things at once. You said we need to say Kemet was from Waset to Aswan. Kemet is
Start
what does Kemet mean to you?
that smash. That's been you kicking me off last time, but I've been trying to get that answer from you because I was trying to figure out because listen, when I look at Ta Seti, I can identify that toponym. I know where that's at. When I see Ta Nehes, I can identify where Ta Nehes is geographically located at. when I ask people where is Kemet at, nobody can say, but
That's
okay, it's
not
right
true,
here.
bro. I did a whole show for you.
Well, just tell
Want
me
me to
where it's at. You ain't
reiterate
gotta
on
go
that
far.
show?
Just say it's right here.
So I have to say it in the ways that can be qualified in academia. And then what I mean is this. When we look at the first occurrences of the term Kemet, one of them occurs on a letter from, it's called the Tale of Sinuhe in the 12th dynasty, where he left Egypt. He didn't even leave Kemet. He left some other name, right? And when he wanted to come back, he told him he wanted to, basically, he couldn't die in Asia. He wanted to he wanted to be buried in Kemet. He says he wants to be buried in the Black Land. And now, what Serosis, who presumed is the pharaoh during his time, says back to him, Senroset, he says, come on, you will be buried in Kemet. Not
Exactly.
Kemet, remember.
That's Nubia. Yeah.
I'm saying
Right
Ken,
there.
I'm saying
Mhm.
KH, I'm trying to say KHEN
First and second
Kenet. Yeah.
Yeah, right
Now
there.
Kenet, hold up. Ken to you. Kenet is the interior. And we said that it was a time when they just called it the interior before they called it Kemet. It was like Kenu. Let me not say Kenet. So Kemet or Kenu. Now, in this text that I'm citing, and I cited for you before, we see somewhat of a transitional period. Well, one person is saying, I want to die in Kemet, the Black Land, and the other one saying, for sure, you will be buried in the interior. So we can ask ourselves, you asking where is Kemet? One dude say, I want to die. I want to be buried in Kemet, and the one who's granting his wishes is telling him you be buried in the interior. So at least in the sense of outskirts and inskirts, we can say we have a primary text that lets us know that Kemet is in the interior, or in the innermost portions of and then we can also put that in juxtaposition to the Red Land, which is the exterior or the outskirts. Then we hop over to another text that I cited for you too on the same day. And it was the tale of, not Sinuhe, we just talked about that. It was the eloquent peasant, remember? And we read in his text that he was living in Wadi Natron. These are the salt flats where Egyptians could get natron. Now, if anyone thinks that this is any place not related to Kemet, let me break this down. Cleanliness is next to godliness, is an ancient Egyptian trope or whatever that we can find in the manifestation of soap, natron, NTR. Let me show you in the dictionary. Two words that use NTR, NTACHER. One of them is going to be God or nature, divinity. See, God's father is Iti Nater. But another one people don't speak of so as commonly is natron, NTR. Now notice, our word that we use today, natron, it is a cognate with the ancient Egyptian word for the same thing, the same product that was produced in the salt flats of where? Wadi Natron. Now let's slow down. Remember I talked about the sweat of the gods when we wanted to talk about the bitumen and stuff and all of the items that we find in this embalming ritual that I had to bring forth to show about this black reality. Well, right here we can clearly see Feret Neter is God's sweat, right? A ritual fragrance. I know what this is, but we need to also be clear that Neter is, remember because I said cleanliness is next to godliness. Neter is also natron. So let's prove it real quick. Matter of fact, why am I doing this? I should just type natron, N-A-T-R-N. And look, natron. So they say on you Najed, another way to say a measure. But let's go to the actual word for natron. And then we can look on Wiki and see that this was some of the first soap. We see this? Now, if we read this and we didn't know that this symbol indicates a mineral, that's why I saw Imhotep messed up. Because he thought that this indicated an eyeball. Or he said something. So I just was like, dog, read the glyphs. If you make that mistake, you may think this is the eyeball of the Neteru. See? But when we see the small circle with the 3 strokes under it, it's always related to some type of a mineral. Most always. I did the research maybe 85, 90% of the times, which we could call always, 90%, you know, it is indicative of a mineral. Now, natron is what? Let's take it and see. Because my whole concept is showing how cleanliness is next to godliness was already an ancient Egyptian concept. So I'm taking that word and I'm going to put it in their wiki. And then I'm going to really put soap, just so people can see.
So in that thing you just showed, those 2 feathers represented the Y.
Pardon me? 2 feathers represented the Y, correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. And so you can clearly see natron was a cleanser for the teeth and blah, blah, blah. It was also in rituals for purification that would get you closer to the neter. So what do we have? NTR for neter and NTR for natron, which is soap, which I just wanted to go off on a tangent and show us these concepts of cleanliness being related to godliness. Oh, I see somebody waiting to get in. Your name is Zoom User. Change your name from Zoom User and I'm going to let you in.
So check this out. So, okay, now, you was talking about it have been something about the eye. And you was talking about the small dot. So what would it if you were talking about making it a netter, you would probably have to make it a circle outside of that dot.
A netter? No, the dot wouldn't even. Please, Zoom User, change your name. The dot and the circle would never let it be a netter. Right here it says ornaments.
That's Ra.
Huh? This ain't Ra.
If it was a circle around it, would be Ra, right?
A big circle is Ra.
Yeah, what I'm saying. With the dot in the middle?
Yeah, with one singular dot in the middle.
I thought that's what you was talking about. If they did that, then it would change it.
Nah, if I was talking about that, I apologize. But I mean, I don't know I just can't remember. But now, since we're on the screen, we see the white crown right here. So it do actually mean the person wearing it is the king, and also it's called a hejet. Now, what about when we see the white crown and we see this circle and the dot, the 3 lines?
So Smash, just a quick question because I'm looking at it just so you can correct me. I mean, I don't know. So when it says the Necrotis Stella, so when I see Necrotis, I'm automatically associating that it's like Greek.
Yeah.
Now,
well, the areas that Greeks were allowed to colonize. Yeah.
They were given Necrotis. So is that is that going to a specific time? That Stella has to be associated with that crown during that time period in front. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
well, no, they're telling us that the source of that is on the Necrotis Stela, and you probably won't find it no place else.
Nowhere else.
I mean, that's where you're gonna find it at. I should say that. Now we see this natron deposit. It has a netter glyph with a circle loop at the bottom. Ain't that interesting that they're using the same glyph for the netter as they're using for deposits of natron? All right, Zoom User, you never changed your name, but you came back.
In essence, that's meaning cleanliness is next to God.
That's what I was just saying, because how is that? I mean, it literally is next to it. It's the same 3 consonants.
What's the little thing at the bottom of it?
It lets us know the concept of ritual purification. was a thing. Zoom user, I want to let you in, but you ain't changing your name, and you probably ain't gonna cam
They
up.
probably don't even know how. You
Oh,
know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Well, they
Sometimes
need
that's
to
how
learn
that
how.
work.
I'm letting you in. I got my finger on the trigger though. Let me see. Peace to Zoom user.
That's Neil. Yo.
Told you, you gotta change. You gotta learn how to do that.
Yeah, that's who that is. Yo, that's who it is. He probably can't even. What do he eat? Some noodles or something?
All right, what was we talking about before the Natron though?
What y'all say, bro?
What's up with you?
Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, real quick, Jonathan, I wanted to ask you, at some point, not today, probably later on, can we discuss this Denzel, how now they up and over him playing Hannibal?
I don't care.
All right, yeah, because I know they did it with Jada Pickett's Cleopatra. Now you got the Tunisian government speaking out against him playing Hannibal.
Now let me show y'all something. Forget them. Let me show y'all something. They hate blackness, and all they do is hate on black people.
Real shit.
We know about Jebel Barkle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nubia. Is that Nubia?
Well, they call it the Sudan.
Yeah.
You know, technically speaking, Jebel Bakl, it was started during the New Kingdom period. And, you know, I think by Tutmosis the First, and then it later on got expanded, you know, according to, archaeologists.
No, you talking about, I hear what you're saying. You're talking about people occupying the area and that of the such. When you say founded, Brother Brian?
Yeah. I'm gonna come right back.
Oh,
I'm gonna come back
good.
on, you know, because I have a phone call.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
I'll be right back.
I hear what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
My point of pointing to this goes back further than when Tutmosis the Third. Because here's the thing. He went there for a particular reason. I argue not just to squash out the Kushites, but everything we learned about what they reference in the area, that they say that this is actually indicative. You see this rock here?
Mm-hmm.
And then we see this right here.
Yeah, that's the Cobra, right?
It represents the Uraeus.
This should be the white crown.
Wow.
See? And we can find that stated that they got that from this.
Yeah, that was the white crown on top of one of the snakes, right?
But it's supposed to be a whole face we can see over there. Okay. And I'm not saying it was carved there, it was a natural structure.
And
but this is what our brother was talking about, how later it was referenced by a few others.
I believe it's the Temple of Amun.
Yeah, and then what happened was, from what I studied on it, that they started having their coronations down there first, but it took them 2 months to do it each time a coronation took place. So they wound up building the Temple of Amun off in Thebes so that they wouldn't have to travel down so far.
Wow.
Have you ever heard that?
I haven't, but people need to know how far down this is on the map. Do we see this right here?
Wow. Yes.
Now, the point about this is we don't care. It don't even matter. The question is, how do Tutmosis know that's there? How do the Egyptians know, look, we going to the homeland of Amun, and it's down here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the left side, we got Napata. And on the right side, we have Jebel Barkle of the Nile. And we know these areas are particularly, this was a Kushite capital, Napata.
So Smash, let me jump in real quick because I might got an answer for you because I had brought it up earlier and I don't know if you was just hadn't heard of it or you really was just talking shit. But are you familiar with the Sias Island? Or maybe I'm not saying it right.
I know something close to that, Siali.
Siali. So
is there a Lee on there? Oh, Sias?
Yeah,
Yes.
I with the double dot,
Man,
right?
yeah, I know about that
Yeah.
place, but you didn't
Yeah.
never
Okay.
say an asset. You was saying
Yeah.
Sia. You was saying Sia
So
or something.
okay, so yeah, I know I'm not saying it
Well,
right.
I might
So,
not be saying it right either, but when you said an S at the end, I do know what you're talking about now.
okay, I'm from Illinois, my bad. But yeah, so they had forts there and things. So they were just coming down and coming down. You know what I'm saying? Like they already had, you know, camps and stuff already
Let me
set
ask you a
up there.
question. Is it SAIS, SAIS, or SIAS, SIAS?
No, it's
Hold on,
SAI. I bet you.
So it's
it's one of the
SAIS.
it's one of the city states located right there, like.
But you got the
second-
spelling in front of you, don't you?
No, I'm not. See,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I'm
I thought you
yeah,
had the spell.
I'm just
But
going
the
off
I
that.
has a double dot on it.
Well,
Let me
I
see
don't
if I
know
can-
how it's pronounced, but I know what you're talking about. So what about it?
Sias.
Let me see.
Where is that located at?
Let's
right
look it
there.
up.
So that's okay.
SIAS. Egypt.
Okay, so I'm looking at it right here, brother. So they have it spelled S, actually backwards, little 3T.
All right, but
Oh,
hold
wow.
on. This ain't even got what this got to do with anything we talking about.
And they have it. Okay, because I'm establishing that the Egyptians have a fort built there already, and this is right here, right outside of Kerma. It seemed like
What's
it's
already, my brother?
right.
At what time period is already?
You said Tutmos, right?
So they had a fort in the Delta at Sias during the time period of Tutmos.
Facts. Side Island.
Okay.
Are
You gonna take us further off on the tangent. I'm trying to reel us back in because you just took us up into Lower Egypt to a fort up there, and I'm trying to see how this is relevant to what we was just talking about when we was just.
Well, I thought
we
you
was in
asked
Jebel
how did-
Barkal, bro. We was way down here.
What? Okay.
So and then you
Well,
brought
Jebel-
this up. I'm just trying to understand what we talking about.
Maybe this ain't the right one or something. Is you talking about way up there?
No, I think
That's
he's
fine.
talking about because of Thutmosis in the correlation.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
what I
break it
was-
down. Yeah, come on, Eddie, tell us.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. I was just saying that they already had forts and stuff.
Nah, you just messed up because you said they already have forts in the area, but the area we was in was Jebel Barkal. That we was so far down the map. Look, let me show you. So I think you just meant it's not a problem. I make mistakes all the time. I'm just if we trying to follow your logic, we can't.
Pull up the map because I'm looking at my map and you looking at yours. So I just
Your map got it in a different location.
Yeah,
What is the spelling you use?
Well, that would work. Does your
the map
map? Does your look? Nah, bro. This map got it right here too. Look, SAIS right here. Saul. So.
Oh no, I'm not in it now, Delta. I'm not in it now. I'm down here. I'm in Nubia, bro. I'm in
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
maybe you ain't talking about. Are you sure
No,
that
I'm
you're
not
talking about
that's what I'm
SAIS?
saying. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why you said, brother, I was on point, brother. You were saying about Tutmos being in Nubia. That's what
But
I'm
I
saying.
asked you these questions that we can indicate what you're talking about. The question I asked is, are you talking about SAIS or SIAS? And we said SAIS, so I looked that up, and that's up here.
But
okay,
no, I
how do
gave
you
you.
spell?
All right, so
brother,
correct me then. Correct me. What should I be looking at?
I'm trying to give you the top of now.
Tell me.
All right. So what I'm looking at, brother, is spelled S and it's spelled the little 3 with the T.
Hey.
And where it's located at is under Abu Simbel. It's under Simna, if you know where Simna's at. And then it's in between Simna and Kerma.
So here
I know Kerma right
so
there.
we write Kerma. Well, it's not, and it's called what?
Go up. You got to go up.
Well, we have to find it now. So what is the because it's not, we can clearly see it's not on this map. Because
it's right. Oh, you talking about the word he's talking about.
Yeah, the word he's talking about. Because look,
it's an island. It's an island.
But the island would have to be inside of the Nile.
Yeah, it got to be inside that river.
So it would be indicated on here. Now I got a better
talking about
one.
elephant time or something.
But no, it ain't that far down.
No.
Well, we
That's
can
an
find
island
it.
that's right inside of that.
SAI. You said SAI, Sudan.
Type in
Yeah,
Josiah
there you go.
Island.
There you go, right there. See, SAI, Sudan, island on the Nile. So that was just a mistake that we said SAIS.
Yeah, and Neil said it got 2 dots on top of it. He sure did.
Yep. Now look. Now let's see this island.
Okay, we back on point.
Saya is a large island in the Nile River in Nubia between the second and third cataracts in the country of the Sudan. Now, what did you... Okay, so we found it. Now, what is about it? Saya was intermittently occupied by Egyptians during a new kingdom. In the Markaran period, it was the center of bishopric. How do you say this right? Bishopric?
Bishopric.
But yeah, you're supposed to say bishopric, huh? Yeah.
Yep,
it was the center of bishopric. All right. It says, while in the second half of the 16th century, the Ottomans founded a fortress on the island. So now let's go back to why you brought this up.
I was just establishing a Egyptian presence in that cataracts going down towards. We were trying to establish them towards Napata, because they never got past Napata.
All right, so you did good in establishing that. But I guess you wasn't trying to contradict anything, because it's just adding more information to what the other brother previously has said, that Jebel Barkal was established by Tutmos them in the New Kingdom, and this is also going along with that. So thanks for bringing that forward.
And these are times when they're conquering. These are conquering campaigns, or when they're going down there only. They're not.
All right. I'm not mad at none of this. Here's the thing. In order to make these points, we had to jump out of the time period that we was in.
Okay.
I'm just keeping it clear. Remember, this whole video we've been talking about Nubia existing before Egypt and all of the evidence that we bring it forth. Now, the only thing that happened was I tried to speak on Jebel Barkal, and my brother he wasn't trying to contradict me. He was trying to show people that Jebel Barkal became a big thing to the ancient Egyptians, right? At a certain time period when they went down there and occupied it. But why I brought this forth was to show that they say that this white crown and all of this imagery of kingship actually came from this rock. And what we see is something in the shape of that crown at this rock. Now, others will say that there's more on it. It's a face and a Uraeus and all kind of stuff. But along the lines of pre-dynastic kingship, we find a palette with the white crown on it not too far from Jebel Barkal in Kushto, at least closer to Jebel Barkal than it is to the Mediterranean, right? And then we find they came back to this location during the 18th dynasty. And my question that I'll end with is, how did Tutmosis know this was there to even come back to?
Yeah, because he venerated it and started the pharaohs after him. They used to go down here. And I can find that video to show.
I've seen that before. Yeah,
they used to go down there to have their coronations, and it would take them 2 months, and that was too long. They got tired of doing it, so then they made the Temple of Amun in Thebes.
Okay,
that's when they created it.
All right, so
but they give credit to the Nubians as correct me if I'm wrong, that Amun was the most important deity in Kemet at one time, or one of the most used. Correct?
Yeah, it's a whole paper on this, man. I don't know. I sent it to back in the day, but he never did. He would always talk about it, but he never would bring it up. But yeah, that's they got a whole paper on that. Just really go ahead.
Man, you think you slick.
What
Slick?
What happened?
You never.
What I do? Tell me.
I'm gonna go back to the straight question I asked you. And just see, can you just say it's right here?
Say it. Where's Kimmy? You gonna ask me that again, huh?
I am, because look.
Man, I'm gonna say it's right here then. Look, first we talked about the interior, right? Remember, remember
Oh,
when
you answered. Okay, you answered
but
it.
no, I got a better one for you. Because in the other tale that I never got to
Wait.
talk about, it was the tale of the let's go to it, man, so you can see it for your own eyes.
But it's all south.
It's definitely south. That's why I told y'all I was gonna prove that it's the land of the blacks. Because
That's
every
what
place
I'm
that they was
saying,
talking
man.
about, yeah, I know it's the land of the blacks, but I got more research to do. But what they want us to think is stupid. I keep putting out the simple logic. They want us to think that there was a line in the ground that separated the black land from the land of the blacks.
Right.
Now, in any language, how could you work that out and reconcile that when you're giving somebody directions? Go left in the land of the blacks, then you're going to be in the black land. They're going to be like, huh? You feel me? And anyone that you tried to say this to would ultimately, no matter what language, be like, what you talking about?
Exactly.
There's no way that that could really be the case because it doesn't work for directions and indicate. So in every language, they would take two words, black land, and they would switch them around. Land blacks, black land. And they supposed to denote two different places that were separated by a border. That don't make no sense. But let's go to this tale. So to find this tale, I'm gonna type a word SXT, right? And I'm gonna put
Smash.
a
Why
J.
Smash is looking for that? I gotta say, the other night with Smash, Brother Reggie, and I forgot the other participant on the show, but that was most crucial and deepest stuff I ever heard about the White Crown. You remember that show, Smash?
It was on my channel or last night on Sonata?
Maybe it was on Son. I think it was on your. You and Reggie was talking, and he brought up the White Crown way down in South Africa with the cattle.
Oh yeah, he killed him with that.
He killed him. And then when he showed the Coastal instant burner, one of you guys had said something about on the Coastal they have not cattle, but they had the like the antelope called the bovines or something. I forgot the name, but they're not considered cattle because they were antelope. But that was on the Coastal Crown, and on the Coastal burner, and it was in the southern part of South Africa with the White Crown. So they did have antelope before they start using bulls and stuff or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was deep. That was critical. I went back and looked it up, and sure enough, it was no cattle. It was just the antelope on the Coastal burner.
Oh look, so it makes sense to me more sense to me. Now it sounds crazy to say that. So when they talking about unifying the two lands, it don't sound like they're really talking about the Nile Delta. They're talking about like Wasset.
I keep telling you that, bro. That's what they saying. Even the archaeologists say it was the fifth nome and the first nome. They wasn't thinking about. Now later, when they got together, they went up and smashed all them people out under a ruler. But we read the Norman Palette a little bit different than that. We read it different. I ain't tripping. Why I can't find this term in here, I don't know. But it's gonna pop up sooner or later.
So Smash. So look, if we look at the term, if we take it as families, dynasty, not meaning dynasty as a ruling dynasty, but a family, like the daddy is the king and the mom is the queen, and the you know what I'm saying, as family, and look at that as the 17th and the 18th dynasty as was set ruling, family. That particular bloodline is not what we would say would be the mass popular, of Kemet. It's just that family. You know what I'm saying? It's that family that's going out hiring mercenaries. You know what I'm saying? Taking over stuff. Marrying, is that specific family. Once that family dies off, then it goes on to another dynasty. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Shout out to Cousin Kurt for the Cash App.
Yeah, that's exactly what's.
Hold on real quick. I got the Cash App on the screen. If you want to sign versions of that Black Like Osiris, go on Cash App me that $30. You get your copy. It's nothing. Smash Rock at Cash App. And I'm going to do a whole show Trying to see if I could do some fundraising with the book. I'm gonna set it up like a book reading, have somebody reading the book and be doing like a book signing. But yeah, that's it. And thanks to all the people who sent and contributed to the show today. That is much appreciated. But I'm gonna get ready to wind it down so we can get in some more closing words. Anybody?
Yeah, go ahead, Eddie. But yeah, man, I don't know why. I mean, they think that we can't look at information and make our own decision. It seems like if we do that, they say that that's pseudo. But too much demonstration has been done within these last couple of months for us to still be not acknowledging what we see from just studying and paying attention ourselves. But I got a lot of stuff I'm working on too. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out. But peace to you and peace to Eddie too.
Somebody said I wrote a book, smash. Yeah, I wrote a book. Let me show y'all. I gotta promote my book more, man. And I just told the brother that you can cash at me right now, or you can just go to Amazon, family. But some people said they wanted to get the signed version. And so I'm showing you this right here.
I like $3 on my cash app. You don't take little donations like that, do you?
Pardon me?
I only got like $3-4 on my cash app. You don't take little donations like that, do you?
For my book, I do take the donations, just not for the book.
Okay.
I mean, this book, it cost me some money to get made, and so at least gotta, that's just something else. But anyway, like I said, Cash App is right. It stay on the screen all the time. It's Smash Rock at Cash App, family, and I appreciate that.
All right, for sure. I'm gonna do that for you.
It's always love. Appreciate that. But let me show people this book for the people who don't know about it.
Wish I had more.
Word up. I'm gonna close down the Zoom. Thanks for contributing. All right. Let me see. Now, here go the book. Let me show y'all. Make sure if you support the book that y'all double back and leave y'all rating. Somebody, that was Eddie, shout out. Oh, somebody just sent the Cash App. But I will y'all buy the book, though. I appreciate all these Cash Apps that I'm getting right now. But, I want people to get the book when they can get it. And if you need it just the regular way, it's only $19.99 right there on Amazon. You want the cheaper version, go on and get the $9.99 Kindle book. But they messed up the Kindle book some. The words be changing colors. Somebody else just sent the Cash App. Dang, y'all doing that. But I want to sell some of these books. Buy the book, somebody. Stop tripping. So I can sign it right now live before I get up out of here. If I had sold some books, I would have kept on streaming. Now I got this box of 100, right? So what I want to do is I've been going to bookstores. Today I think I'm going to go to Barnes & Nobles. Now I got to go to a library, and I can do that too. Today I'm going to go to a library and I'm going to go to Barnes & Nobles. I'm going to donate some of my books to the library. See, Reggie gave me the game on how to get in WorldCat. So today I'm about to go donate some of my books to the library, right? So that they can have them in their system. And when I give them to the library, I'm going to tell her I'm donating these books so that she can put them on the shelf and also put them in WorldCat. Once they get in WorldCat, it can be referenced. You can source my book. Now, after that, I'm going to take them to the, I'm going to try to mail some to the California Board of blah, 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 all that type of stuff, and have them peer review it. Not academic peer review like you clowns want me to do. I'm talking about peer review by the state of California to see if it can go into high schools. Because I'm not trying to hop no hurdles just to prove nothing to y'all. I'm going to hop the hurdles to help the people. Now shout out to whoever somebody just bought the book. Let me see. Who was that? All right, that's what I'm talking about. Mario, I'm about to send you, hold on, did you put, let me see. For send a book to someone. Oh, dang, he just donated a book. Mario just donated the book to one of y'all. Hold on. Oh, I'm tripping. That wasn't Mario. That was Tony Macaroni. That was Tony Macaroni who donated the book. Tony Macaroni just donated a book to somebody, and then somebody else just bought one. Damn, this is what I'm talking about. So hold up. For a book, now this is what I need y'all to do before we start the onslaught to make it easy. Remember to amend your address to your text message. I know it's for the book because I see the amount of $30, right? So you don't have to say that. Just make sure you put your address in there. Now I know the brothers who just purchased it and didn't put their address in there. Now we're gonna keep the show going. Feel me? I need to go sell some books. Now we gonna keep the show going. So this is what I need y'all to do. If who just made the part, it's easy. Casual at hieroglyphics.com. Send me your address. And we about to give away a free book because Mario just donated to y'all. All right. So now I've been giving away hella free books. I gave away one to the sister at the post office. How do you get a book, Brother Flag? Here's the easiest way to get the book. You can go to Amazon if you want that certainty, but your brother is out here trying to beat Amazon. That means as soon as I make this sale or this purchase on my website, I'm packing them all up and I'm going running straight to the post office, and I'm going to try to get the 2-day. You know, so that's why I'm asking for a little extra for the shipping, because I really ain't putting on the I ain't charging for my signature. But here we go. I mean, you know, you got a better copy than somebody else. So what I need y'all to do is the people who didn't amend their address to the Cash App when they bought it, go to email casual at hieroglyphics.com and you email me your address. Hopefully you can do it right now, because right after the stream, I'm going into the city with my books. Okay, that's just some love from JoJo. Shout out to JoJo for the love. But I want to get this book out. Who said they was waiting on their signed copy of the book? Now is the time. So, Brother Flag, if you got Cash App and you want a signed one, you see that you can scan that. If you're looking at the video on your computer, you can scan that QR code on the screen on your phone, and it'll take you to Cash App. If you already got a Cash App, that's the way to do it. If you don't got a Cash App, you can PayPal me if you want to. You feel me? Yeah. But I'm trying to get this. So for this year, now I'm the one who want to let people know that our ambition is not to be poor righteous teachers. We definitely want to get the value back for what we get the people. We don't want to capitalize off the people. But don't let nobody fool you into being broke. And don't let nobody make you feel that it's something that you shouldn't be paid for your efforts. If you rocking with them, you rocking with the wrong tribe. You don't got no kids. You don't got no family. You don't got nobody in college. You don't got no children that you can never say no to. I got that. I got Zelle too. I mean, if people really want to know, we could do all of that. Zelle is always your email. But if you Zelle that casual email, it might go to a different account. So let me see. What should you Zelle? See, I really was trying to do it through Cash App so I could look through one location and make sure. But nah, it's fine. PayPal or Zelle, whatever y'all request. They all work off y'all email. Cash said he'll just send more money with his address. You don't have to send. If you want to do that, you can, but you don't have to. I think you already did it. Dang, y'all got it popping today. All right, this is, he just put his address. Okay, cool. Word up, that's popping. So the only address I don't have is I got to give away this free book. So I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question that ChatGPT going to mess up. How can I do this fair and square? I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a spin the wheel. Last time I gave out something, it was for the members of my page. I think I'm gonna do that again. Because y'all are supporters. SPIN. Somebody else just bought a book. This one I'm talking about. Shout out to Brother Flag. Now you say for the book, Brother Flag. So email me your address, because normally in the I know it's for the book. So if somebody else send $30, just put your address in the comment. So easy for you, Brother Flag. Email casual, CASUAL, at hieroglyphics, HIEROGLYPHICS, and just send me your address. And again, thanks for the support. You feel me? So we're about to give away one free book. And I'm about to go. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do spin the wheel. Right. And since it's we're going to use a random name picker. And since I got some supporters who support this channel, I need to make that be advantageous. So I'm going to take any name that's green. You've been a supporter of mine. I mean, a physical support member of this channel, because we got other type of supporters. Yeah, Tall, hey, Rue, we do got Zelle. I'm gonna put that email up. But you might win it for free. So let's see real quick. How many green names we got? Sun Lion. Somebody about to win the book. If you got a green name and I'm not seeing you, you leave a comment so you can be included in this spinning wheel. We're going to see who get the free book. Do I see another green name? See, you can have a green name, but if you ain't present today, you might not be able to win. Here go the shirt. Who else? All right, that's the only green names in the house. Sun Lion, y'all better say something or buy a membership real quick. Now look, for the $3 membership, if you buy it right now, you still could be included in this. Barn Dog, so that means you get the book for $3. Barn Dog, now with the list. See, this is how you promote your page. Give people a reason to join. We're going to see who's going to win this. Then I'll do one for the people with blue names. But right now, this is for the people with green names. To show my appreciation. Now, let's see if we got any new comments. B. Dread, okay. We're going to close off this in 1 minute. We got Haley. Shout out to you for supporting, your continued support. Now, y'all know these stars is different colors behind different names because different people. But hey, you leaving? Hey, you leaving? All right. These stars is behind people for different reasons. And that mean they been on there for different lengths of time. You know? And so now, as the show goes on, the people with the most aged stars is going to get better rewards. So here's another thing, man. My page economic. This is another thing I was thinking to do. I need to put somebody in the game, man. We on the block. So this is what I'm going to do. If somebody want to buy 10 books, I'll give them to you for $10 each. You heard that? See, some people are table vendors in the community. And if you got a table you be vending at and you be needing new products, yeah, I'll give you 10 books for $10 each. They on Amazon for $20. All right? So that means you can make a joke. See, this is the only place we going to really help. I mean, that's mutually beneficial. JoJo just became a supporter. I watched JoJo win. Because you know the luck be going to the new people. When we spin this wheel, JoJo might win the free book. Well, the free book.
All right, let's see who else. All right, we're going to close it down. I don't see no more green names. So far, we got Anointed Sadat, Tall God, Heru, Sun, Lion, the Sheriff, Barn, Dog. We got B Dread, Haley, Miriam, and JoJo Love. One of these people, supporters of my channel, about to win a free book. Who y'all think it's going to be? Drum roll. Who y'all think it's going to be? I got my money on JoJo Love, and y'all can clearly see that I ain't affecting it no way. I'm going to just press this button, and the wheel going to start spinning. But let me see how I press it. I think I pressed the, if I press the, oh, it says, click to spin. So I'm going to click it. Y'all ready to spin? Okay, it's locked up. Let's see who wins the free book. Ready? One spin. Go. All right, who gonna win this book? It ain't JoJo. Uh-oh, it's Tahu. Thanks, JD. Shout out to you for becoming a supporter, but you just missed it. I got something for you too, though, but Tahu already won. Now let's go into the Matrix to prove that you wouldn't have won, JD. We're going into the Matrix and we're going to respin it. Even though Tahu already won, I'm going to do a spin with your name in it to prove that you wouldn't have won. Let's see. JD? Told you. Anointed Sadat won the simulated reality one. So even if, but that ain't the true one. The real one is Tahu. So Tahu, I appreciate that. Email me your address, and I'm about to run to the post office right now. Did I sell another book? All right, so we got the so Brother Flag. Let me check and see. I can't go to the post office until I can, but I want y'all. This is live and interactive, so I want y'all to send the email with your addresses right now. Let me see. Now, hopefully, I know the world is big, so there still will be people available to buy the book. Okay, there go Alan Flag. Wait a minute. No, that's the Cash App. Let me go to my other email. Okay, I'm gonna confirm y'all addresses. And then Stacy, yours is coming out too. Today. She might, let me see. She waited a week, so she might get an extra one. Let me see. What is this right here? My password. All right, now I gotta tell myself that I'm me. They tripping. Don't you know when they tell you they're gonna send you a message to confirm that you, but then you don't see the message? All right, here we go. I'm gonna try this one. Here we go. And my code is, don't you know the people who be reading their code on YouTube because they forgot? I'll be like, dude, you just ran the code. I'm confirming that we got these emails. All right, so I'm waiting on y'all to email. I'm going to put the email up in the chat real quick. If you don't want to email me, then I'm sorry. You might have to send another $1. So it'll be in the Cash App. But in the email, I'm waiting for 2 addresses. My good brother Flag needs to email Casual Hieroglyphics. Now, some other people asked, is there another email that they could Zelle me at? Yeah, you can Zelle me. I'm going to give it to you right in the chat. But this is my everyday labor. So if you don't get it in before I go to the mailbox today, it's going to go out tomorrow. Let me see. And I appreciate this channel. Nah. Here we go, brother. Email that right there, good brother Flag. Now for people,
That's Zelle and PayPal. I need to get them books in the world. Y'all think I'm really not going to give my book to the state of California? I already been looking at the process. I want to try to see if I could get it admitted in for like high school history, African history textbooks. I wrote it in that way. See, y'all got to be having a mission. Y'all think I'm going to write a book in a way that's going to be banging with the conscious community? Anybody want a Zelle or PayPal for the book? There you go right there. I do got a goal and a desire to get more of y'all this book right now, so stop playing. If you said you was going to buy the signed version, go on and do that right now. How to do it? Send a Cash App. $30 is going to cover the shipping and the book and the signature. It's just because it's a labor, not because it's a... I mean, you know, a signed book is better than a not signed. Personalized, by the way, it's to everybody who Brother Flat. All right, who took my lighter? Let me see. We work hard, man. I told y'all I had a whole new hustle for people. The handyman hustle. No, it's not what I'm doing, but on Christmas Eve, I had a sewer lateral backup, and I was calling around for plumbers who could fix it, and then I just fixed it myself. And everything that I fixed myself turned into like, oh man, how much you gotta charge somebody for this? But I don't have to do it. I just get the equipment and then show a day laborer how to do it and get the money. So we're gonna kick back and wait for these emails to come through. Shout out for the people who bought the book today. That was wonderful. So y'all want to talk about it in the layman's terms? The ways that people don't have to like to talk about it? This, I mean, you know, people be trying to be fake, and I don't be trying to be. I'm not trying to be extra real, but just being my authentic self is unique because people be trying to be a cookie cutter template of something. Uh-oh, we just sold another book. This is one of the best shows ever. That's why you got to get a book. So I want to say this to my brothers. Shout out to my man who put the address right there, making it easy for me because you just need to put the address in the Cash App and y'all good. And the people who didn't, that ain't no problem. Shit. I'm just saying. All right, I'm about to sit here and read some glyphs and sell some books. But I want to talk to my people, all my monetized YouTube people, bruh. We got to win. Even Doggy Diamonds, love, I'll be watching your shows. Don't quit, bruh. Golly. If my voice is reaching you, it probably is. I know you don't even fuck with me like that. You called me trying to check me, but the ancestors told you not to do it. You feel me? And I'm saying, don't quit. Because that ain't cool. But some of the ideas of extra ways to monetize your page, you could get that same check. You just got to think systematically. Right? Somebody said, let's talk about that show last night. Okay, we can talk about for a minute. Because right now we selling books. Now, I'm about to share this, and anybody know all my information. Like, if you can't afford the book, I'll give it to you for nothing. I mean, but that ain't it. So there's this thing called a poor righteous teacher, right? Dang, this is tight. I just Googled my book, and this popped up right here. Look. Like, when you in the system, you in the system. This is SEO placement. Black like Osiris. If you Google Black like Osiris, I'm on the top. Come on, y'all. See, we keep thinking this is the ancient times. You juking harder in the new medium. The new medium is the internet. I want to be in the libraries and everything too. Somebody said last night on the show was cool. I held it down, but then I left. There you go. Uh-oh. I know you're not serious, DQ. I know you are serious, bruh. And for the fact, if it's just an ebook, let's talk, and you can make it into get the physical copies. Then you can upsell it. You see, did we just sold another book? Who was that? Dang, it's over here crack-a-lacking. Boy, I might not have to scrub. Oh, I know who to sign it to. I got you, family. I might not have to scrub these flows today. I might not have to go get my dancing. Y'all know I dance in San Francisco on the Fisherman's Wharf for extra money. I'll be break dancing. Give me a beat. Y'all be seeing them people with the can break dancing? I always give them some money. I'm not walking by the people who doing hip hop for some money in the streets. You're going to get $5 just on GP of my heart. Now, my man DQ said he got the Exploring Texas Ponds, a bass fishing guide. I'm going to tell y'all, that's what I'm talking about, DQ. That is information, something you know about, right? People don't got to talk about Kemet. And I won't, I'm copping that. I'm probably going to be one of the first buys as soon as you put it up, because that's how I rock. Like, I don't think I need to tell you. You might see if they show you who buying your shit. But, yeah, that's what that is. Excuse me for the cussing. So, Smash show how all the glyphs, they don't say Egypt. It's always Nisu Biddy or specific place. Hold on. I need to get the address from the person who won today, though. That was Tall Guy Hey Roo. You need to email casual@hieroglyphics.com. All right, let's do a competition for a free book. And how can I make this fair? See, if I just ask a question and we go off the first person who answered right in the chat, would that be fair? I guess that's kind of fair, huh? Y'all know my questions. You're not going to be able to chat GPT it. Uh-oh. I don't want to give no advantage to nobody who know the Medu Neture. It got to be fair. All right. I'm going to ask a funny question. Here go the first book giveaway right here. And if you win this question, email your address to Smash Rockwell. And don't let the book giveaway hold you up from supporting. Because if you win one, you can just give it to somebody else. Who did Steve Coakley say killed Martin Luther King? Go. First person to write the name spelled properly wins. Who did Steve Coakley say killed Martin Luther King? Caught y'all with a curveball. ChatGPT don't know that. Don't nobody know that? I thought that would have popped up on the screen hella fast and you would have won a book. You would have won Black Like Osiris by Jonathan Owens. Oh, JoJo. That was an easy question. Cash Pennington missed it. JoJo answered. Contrary, you had it too, but you wasn't fast as JoJo. All right, we're gonna give away hella books today. But look, if you're a boss out there, I need to sell one for everyone that I give away. So if you're kicking back laughing and then you enjoying this, go on to support. How to support? I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Right there. Cash App 30, get that book. Today is in the mail today. Now, y'all didn't know that? Tall Heru, you would have won you another one. Yes, Steve Coakley said Jesse Jackson killed Martin Luther King. We're going to have fun one day. We're going to watch that show. Because I got the whole video package in my playlist. All right. So that book goes to JoJo Love. Now, JoJo Love, you're not in my Cash App list. You need to email casual@hieroglyphics.com. Let me write it again. Now, I'm not going to be responsible. I'm going to do everything I do and send it out. But what I was about to say is I'm not going to be responsible for people who don't follow up and email me the address. If you win a book and you don't even send me the now, if you pay me, I am going to follow up. But if you win a book and you don't follow up and send the address, I'm just going to say you slipping. Here it is. And I separated with an @ for all the bots that scour these chats for emails. So you got to put it together properly. All right, yeah, he did say that. Let's ask another question, a better one. I mean, you know, maybe a better one. Can I think of a better? I got one. During the first intermediate period, when Egypt broke up, who was the nomarch of Taseti who raised itself to a pharaoh? And if you don't want to find it that way, who was the nomarch of Taseti who said, y'all pay taxes back to me? In the first intermediate period, when Egypt broke up, who was the nomarch of Taseti who told the people of the region to pay their taxes back to him? Anyone? You get a free signed book. Uh-oh, Tony Macaroni hit him in the head so fast with the Aunt Teffy. Dang, these is two easy questions. If I don't get like a minute of a pause, the question too easy. Tony Macaroni. All right, that's 2 books. I think we could give out about 5. How many I got allocated to promotions? But see, y'all hating though, because since I'm giving them out, ain't nobody buying them no more. So let me slow down. Every book we sell, we give away one for free. That's what we do. One of those books was donated to y'all by the first person. Let me see. To someone. So this was donated by Tony Macaroni. See, is that funny? You just won a book. Tony Macaroni donated a book to somebody else, and look how quick the karma came back. That he won a book and 3 minutes later. Ain't that funny? Send me your address, Tony. Real quick. Just do it in a quick email right now. Look, I'm putting the email right here. All right, I messed that up. Put up a spin again. You ain't got no green name. To get a green name, you need to be a member of my page. That means these people put up 10 cents a day to help contribute to the streams. A dime, yo. 1 dime a day. If you don't contribute to nothing, you know contributing 1 dime a day to the teachings that Smash be putting out, that gotta give you a feeling bigger than that dime is worth. Nope, I just heard the book go off. Thank you, man. Shout out to man himself. And you got the address there, cool. And you put a tip in there, man. You's a boss. All right, I'm gonna tell y'all now. I don't know how other people be doing it. I think they be trying to sneak. Let me show y'all how sloppy I look right now. So y'all can see how real this life is, y'all. I'm sitting here looking like this. All right. I probably look like heck of y'all. Look, I got my arm rolled up on my thing. Now, I'm like this. I bought a box of books. $100. Y'all want to talk all the way about it? 100 books, $20, 2 G's. Right? It costs to manufacture those books, not the bulk of the income. I simply say, look, I know other people out here who are table vendors. This is an idea I had when the bootleggers was bootlegging. We had run up on the bootleggers since they had access to the people. Nah, we ain't trying to stop you from bootlegging. Put this on your bootlegs. Oh, everybody buying the 50 Cent? Put this one song at the beginning of your end of your 50 Cent bootlegs. People buying the bootleg, fuck is this other song? Well, you simply using the people that already is doing the job. So we got table vendors. That could be, anybody can have a part of that. First, read my book. See how exciting the information is. See what style I chose. See if I chose to be boo-boo or if I wrote it at I wrote it at a young grade level with high level information. It's not like my book, Magi Handbook from the Conscious Community, where I felt like I made a mistake of putting highly specialized information out in my first writing. So where everybody, my parents can't digest it, people can't digest it. This book is digestible with all the same level of sources and scholarship. I think I even sourced this book better, right? So we should talk about that. Now, when we sit around and we build and we in the nature of disseminating information, don't let nobody tell you that, now, if you one of them people like, my book $50 and you can't get it and you ain't buying, then you might find some critiques. Now, I'm not saying for me, I got books, the most expensive book I bought was like $200. You feel me? Couple hundred. I don't even know those people. So y'all, I definitely would support to any extent. What I'm saying is what something I picked up from Asar Imhotep. But he wasn't looking at it from the business standpoint. I'm not saying necessarily, that's not a slight. He was talking about affecting scholarship, you gotta have written material. But I'm like, shit, if I'm gonna spend my time doing this, I can't turn to a no dad. Some people call it Rich Dad, Poor Dad in that book. I ain't never even read that. I got my own concept. Yes, Dad, no Dad. Yes, Dad has the financial liberation to be yes, Dad. You see, no dad wants to be a yes, Dad, but he don't want to explain to his children that he ain't in the sense of providing that way. It can't, and so it come out as an angry no. Why are you asking for that? That is a stupid ass question. I'm asking for it because I desire it. But since you can't provide it, you're going to ask, why are you asking for that? And so in my concept of no dad, yes dad, I want my no's. When I say no, I don't want it to be based on the fact that I ain't got it. If you base it no, that's fine to do. Because some requests, we just don't have it. But those should not be or simple everything that they friends got. So along my lines of that, I feel like I need to give a commendable effort first to substantiate how I am about things. I can't write no BS book with all type of information y'all already know. and be like this. That don't match. It'd be like you don't got no proof in the pudding. You just got the pudding with no proof in it. We got the pudding, we got the proof, and we even put extra everything's in there. Stuff that we can't find no place else. So I'm so confident in watching this one book do what it should do for me and my family. Ain't no problems with that. Like, I don't understand the other people. Oh, you can kind of support my work. Cut it out. Ain't no halfway in on this. Like, if we want to see it grow, you help it grow. If you don't, you don't. It ain't like no emotions about that. It ain't even no middle ground. That's where your bipolarism should kick in. Your extremes of dealing with things is only in this extreme or that extreme. Either no heater or the heater on slavery. Like, that's how some people deal with life. I don't deal with those extremes, but if you need to deal with those extremes, let it be in that situation. Hella puddings and no proof. Told you I was just sitting here hella sloppy, and so I didn't mean to go into my discourse or my diatribe to let y'all understand why we should not. Yo, we only need to critique the bull, the BS, the nonsense, the what is this? This is what you're giving the people? Oh, get up out of here. But the whole action of being compensated for your endeavors, not even just for your resource, for that you put it into a format for people to digest. We the only ones who still tripping off that like that ain't, like that's something, please. And again, if somebody say I ain't got it, you can have my, I'm about to go give away hella books for free out in the world. It just be hella fun to do. Like when I'm driving around, somebody say something, here go my book. Let me go to the trunk. Most people go to the trunk, well, they gonna whip something else out. I'm going to the trunk, and I'm gonna give you a book, and I'm gonna pull off. And I hope you read it later. Because then you're gonna be like, damn, I'm mad, bro, he wrote this shit. So that's that. And I hope I can inspire others that one thing I would say, if you don't have a job position, well, let's not say job position. One of the easiest obtainable careers in American society is an author. What do you need? Remember that. You can add author to your list of what you are hella easy by writing a book. Now, if you systematic like me, I can tell you hella more shit that make it so much easier. The size and the format of your book, all that helps. I wrote my book on 8x11 paper, and the book that you receive is 5x8. How does that multiply? We should know this. It would take a smaller body of writing and make it a more extensive book, to where people think that their labor is as cumbersome, and then they get hella scared away out of this. And so, I don't know, I'm just sharing some stuff as we go, because I was just, somebody else just bought a book. See? Let me put the cash app back up. Dang, I could just see, this is way better than anything. So now think about all the, 2 people? What happened? Somebody must have just bought. 2 new books. All right, and y'all got the addresses on there. Y'all some bosses. This gonna turn into a little business for real. See? Damn, y'all, dang, this off the hook. All right, this is go. Let me look at this to see if I got these addresses, and I'm about to run to the post office right now. I'm waiting for these other addresses to come to my other email. Okay, I see one. I see two of them. Okay, there we go. A signed book. Okay, I see. Okay, flag. I see Tahu and I see macaroni. That's the three I was waiting on. But I'm going to sit here and bust some more. Come on, man. Man, I want to go to a place, a marketplace, where you have to sell your product. I'm going to have a whole circle because we're going to kick it. I used to work at the youth center, Youth Uprising, and my supervisor, Alice, she didn't even understand why all the kids would be crowded in my office. And I wouldn't even be talking about what my job position was. But she couldn't take no hate to that because I had this, you know, it just was it. That it was right there. That magnetism towards the youth in your community, she didn't know how I was doing it. And they was all trying. Everybody trying to be, nah, man, you can't. But I'm born, bred, fed on this right around the corner from where I grew up. You're not tapping in with these kids better than me. There's no way you're going to do it. I'm not doing nothing extra. I'm actually doing the opposite of what y'all probably think I'm doing. I'm not trying to talk they slang. I'm not trying to be a kid. That's the problem. A lot of cats start following the youth. When the youth looking for you to lead them, then you start doing what they doing, following them. That's when they start calling you a sucker and you don't hear them calling you it. They just got little jokes around you like, look, he following us. He 50, we 25. Yep. This is overwhelming support, though. And I ain't about to stop it. Shout out to all y'all. Oh, man, solar return. Word up. His birthday. Word up. I could have made the font a little bigger. I know my eyes think that too sometimes. But yeah, I use what was standard. If I made the font bigger, it would have looked like them baby books. But I could be wrong. Open another book and look at it real quick and tell me that, Vernon. I used the default, by the way. I didn't make it smaller. It was the default for that format of the book. But when you look at my sources, it looked like my sources is in a bigger font. And it really ain't. I toiled over that for hella long. But everything is 11. I think it's 11, and that was the default size. So if the words look small to somebody, I apologize. But them big word books be looking pseudo. That's the standard size if you just pick up a book. My last book, I put them big ass words in it, and it looked hella crazy. It was 11. It was the default size. I should have used 12. Well, I use 12 on the next book. Thanks for saying that. It'll make the book. Oh, 12 is the standard. Okay. Well, yeah, it's 11. But, you know, it was the default. So maybe it was the default for the size of book I used. You know, I don't know. Maybe so it could have been bigger. Thanks for that. Some people got to put on their glasses. Then you got to get a free Kindle. If it hurts your eyes, let me know. You get the digital copy. Yeah, also people wonder why the Cash App on the screen is because we sitting here having a little book sale. I'm signing them and I'm going to get up out of here. I'm going to do an overall show on this, probably try to do it on Sonetta to get them out to the community. Do a presentation that y'all ain't seen before.
So y'all seen the collections of things that I have in my book, but y'all haven't seen me present on overall the book and what you will find in it. I tell people, yes, definitely, the black reality does have something to do with the way people look. But if you limit the black reality to that, you're not going to understand it. Likewise, if you limit the black reality to divinity, you're not going to understand it. It is a synopsis. It is a collection, an amalgamation of ideas that form this black reality. Shout out to Corey, brought the ebook on the first day. You sure did. I remember, boy. Yeah. Y'all some of the people who made it be number one. See, and we argue every day. But when it comes to something that'll help, my household, you right there on day one. So those is different type of stripes. I don't care if we disagree, you still right there. That's that real shit. You feel me? Yeah. Feel me? And I know when you started looking, you was like, okay, he didn't just blackology up. See, people thought I was going to blackology up. That's how I fixed. The fix was in with the titling. Don't judge a book by its cover. It's just because it say black like Osiris. There's stuff to learn in that thing. You know what I'm saying? And again, I didn't back off my stance, but I posed it more softly. So that the readers who are just straight white readers ain't going to be thinking I'm on some blackology shit. But, all right, I did an extra little talking. Maybe one more book, 2 more books about to come through. Maybe 5 more about to come through. In this universe, 10 more about to come through right now. So go on and stop tripping, whoever was sitting there thinking, should that bad? Oh, I didn't look at the other stuff. Nah, PayPal would have told me on the phone. So don't think y'all getting, Let me see. We're going to sit here and kick it. Matter of fact, since we kicking it, and I extended the stream because all of y'all started supporting. And he bought it off Amazon, and he got a signed copy today. Look at man himself. Helping the teachers in the channel grow.
Morodic script in my car too.
Wait till that album come out.
With them arches, all cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari.
That's right, Corey.
Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherred hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kenneth like El.
All right, hold on.
You ain't no king. No.
Some of y'all be saying stuff like y'all, like my Hebrew partner, we was beefing, Elder Yara homeboy. Bruh, you never sent the music though. So that's why I know cats don't separate game right. All this game stuff came out of Oakland. Let me tell y'all how that worked. It's called separate game. Sometimes if you're talking about something and somebody walk up and your homie say separate game, you supposed to start talking about something else instantly. This is old stuff. This ain't even like hip no more. This when we was learning, right? And so what that means is like keep our affairs separate. So what if y'all want to make everything into I hate you, then that's the problem. Because you can't win on one accord, you spread that out till you hate a person about everything? So that's why y'all want me to be overly mad at Chief X about other shit. But no, I learned how to separate game. Like, I only don't like watching his shows when he talking about Egypt and Kemet, because he don't know what he talking about. But that don't affect the shows when he not talking about that. I still got the thesis that, oh, this is the person who don't be knowing what he talking about. But I'm not going to step to it with no bias because I learned how to separate game. So, for instance, not knowing how to separate game will make you think because a person in Hebrew, they don't know how to get no money. You messed that up. You taking something that don't got nothing to do with nothing and you mixing it up with something else. So then now if we get into an argument on Kemet, you feel some way about sending me some music. Then that's your fault. I ain't even thinking on the same arena because it's not about the same thing, even if you got Hebrew bars or whatever. I'm just going to do it in that arena. See? So if you come back with Hebrew bars, if I wanted to refute that, it's going to happen with the bars. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's separate game was definitely not strange talking in front of strangers too, but it even might be one of your peers that might not need to hear that right quick because they gonna take that and put it someplace else. So we gonna separate all this. Y'all was just arguing about this. Now we talking about money. He gonna come back about the argument. Let's stop talking about this real quick. But it would manifest in hella different ways. It was also a slang we had called Yale. It don't make no sense to people. We thought Yale was a drama school. Now, this didn't spread all throughout Oakland or nothing. This was more like just sub our clique. Yale, if somebody said Yale, then you not separating game. What you need to do at that point is start lying on the spot. Okay? So me and you having a conversation. Somebody walk up and your partner say, yeah, you instantly switch your next words out of your mouth. Like say we talk about Kemet. Yeah, you know, it was the captain of Kemet. He was the Nisu to Kemet. And you say, yeah, and I would say, and as a matter of fact, on the 13th, she walked over to the store. I'm going to do it just like that. And that person is good at Yale. Like they had real good drama. You feel me? They could switch up right on the spot so the person don't get in trouble or reveal the information that y'all was talking about. But I know y'all clique probably had another way to do that. This is how we used to do it. So, and you're supposed to be so deep into your statement that it's not detectable. That's why I just started with the girl who had to walk over to the stove. Because if you was just talking, you should not be at the beginning of what you're saying. When you switch up, you got to be all in the middle of it. Oh, I know some dudes who was so raw at that. They'll be talking about, okay, so you do this, do this. Somebody will walk up in there and be like, man, you didn't see it? It was on the 13th. It was just right on the news yesterday. And you be like, what is he talking about? And then you just realize he just switched up game because of some ears that was listening. Anyway, I'm going too far on that. And so I want to say thank you as I get ready to wind this down for the people who just contributed. I see we did get all them addresses. I'm straight to the post office. And then I'm going to hit y'all with them the emails with y'all tracking. And so if not, I'll send $1 with the tracking. You know how to go in the Cash App. And so that's how that worked. But I did want to look one last place. Yeah. Now, if y'all wrote a book with all that fake stuff y'all be talking, we getting that up out of here. I'm talking about he wasn't black. See, that's why books work. Because they gonna track that thing down and be like, oh my gosh. I was just saying if some Zelle or some PayPal. All right, so I'm to the post office right now. You want to get that last minute book sent out today? Do it in the next 5 minutes right now. All right. Cash App, Smash Rock, $30. Get your signed book, and thank you again. On our way out, let's listen to some of the scholarship that they don't be wanting y'all to hear. Sometimes they'll play little segments of videos and misrepresent what's in the whole video, when the overall statement of the video is to let y'all know that everything started in Africa. They'll take out the excerpts and say he ain't saying black.
The motif, taming of the two beasts, is actually of Near Eastern origin. Well, okay, let's take the compromise position and say that you may have had traditions of the taming of the wild beast from multiple sources. But nevertheless, you do see it in the Sahara, and in the Sahara, it's older than it is in Egypt or Mesopotamia. This deformation of cattle horns, still seen in southern Sudan today, was also practiced in the Sahara, and in this rather late depiction of a cow in ancient Egypt, we see the same practice going on. Here's some more things. Again, certain similarities from the Saharan art seen also in Egyptian art. So again, this is just to talk about an archaeological connection of regions in Africa and the surrounding areas. Egyptian art. Now, some people have argued that this sort of motif...
I was going to let it play, but I'm about to go get in the streets. I'm really enthused about trying to... And I'm going to go to this college out here, too, and try to find the African studies teachers. But I don't think that's the right way to do it. You got to get... For high schools, you got to get it through the state of California. And it might not be it might not work, but I don't care. I want to learn the process. James Henry Clark is who I got that off of. And James Henry Breasted. Matter of fact, it's over. Thank y'all. Thanks for the books. I'm going to mail them now. I'm out. Peace. Oh, the Nehesi question, bruh? All right. Let me answer this question on the way out. He said, Ayu, people. Okay. Well, I forms the nisba of a person, and the W or the U is going to make it plural. So you, people. Yep. Nehesi, you, people. Kemeti, you, people. Southern, black, magic, speaking, people, serpent. Slow down. Southern, yes. Black, no. Not for Nehesi, you. For Kemeti, you, yes. Magic, no. Not in either of them. Somebody said they hit via Zelle. Oh, you must have hit the other. Oh, that Zelle. I know that Zelle went to my business account. Hold on. That's fine. I got you. Thanks for telling me. Let me see. It's just normally Zelle give you a notification. But I'm going to just pull that up and find it right while you're here. And shout out to you. I'm going to make sure I find that Zelle one before I go to the post office. Let me look. I might have went to the other account. Let me see. Thank you, though. If so, I'm going to change that address for the Zelle. I think it should have been the same casual I heard. But that don't make no difference. I'll play this while I look that up.
Taming of the two beasts is actually of Near Eastern origin. Well, okay, let's take the compromise position and say that you may have had traditions of the taming of the wild beast from multiple sources. But nevertheless, you do see it in the Sahara, and in the Sahara, it's older than it is in Egypt or Mesopotamia. This deformation of cattle horns, still seen in southern Sudan today, was also practiced in the Sahara, and in this rather late depiction of a cow in Africa.
Oops. Yeah,
that they didn't come from someplace else.
Damn, I messed that up.
So a part of culture, it's part of this origins questions. The top part of the map with the vertical crosshatches and and the different lines represent the diagonal, the Afro-Asiatic language family. This is not all of the families now. There's some new families and some new members of the family. This is an old slide. Omotic, which is spoken only in southern Ethiopia, down in here. And there's another language, it's a dead language called Ongata, spoken only by less than 10 people now, which is also felt to be a member of Afro-Asiatic. All right. This obviously doesn't have ancient Egyptian on it because the reason we have Semitic in North Africa across what I call super-Saharan Africa is because of, during the Islamic period, Arabic was adopted by people, and in some cases you had groups of Arabs who actually came into North Africa, such as the Hilalian invasion in the 11th century, no, in the 12th century. Oh, and the other language families of interest in this area would be the Nilo-Saharan language family. Modern Nubians speak Nilo-Saharan. You find Nilo-Saharan languages spoken in Ethiopia. Across the belt through Darfur, the Fur language itself is Nilo-Saharan. And you have Nilo-Saharan speakers along the bend of the Niger River, as well as in East Africa. The Songhai in West Africa speak Nilo-Saharan language. They're almost an isolate there, kind of here by themselves. Another interesting story in deep time African history. And people,
you need to go confirm that Zelle was sent, Vernon. I didn't get a notification. I looked in both of my accounts. And go look and make sure that it was confirmed it was sent. And all you got to do is, it ain't no drama. All you got to do is send me that confirmation and then send your address to my email. But it just didn't come through on my side yet, and normally Zelle is instant.
people like the Maasai and the Southern Sudanese also speak the Nilo-Saharan languages. Okay. Ancient Egypt, old and new, spoken Afro-Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic language, ancient Egyptian, sometimes called Afrosan by Chris Ehret, or Afrasian by the Russians, by Dakanov. Nubian, Nilo-Saharan. In the Sahara, we have both Afro-Asiatic and Nilo-Saharan languages, and in the Sudan today, we have both languages spoken as well. This is one notion of how these languages may be connected genealogically. This is Roger Blench, who actually lives right here in Cambridge. This is a tree that he published. In this, he has Semitic languages spoken in the Near East splitting off early. He suggested there may be an Eritreic group, that Egyptian Berber Chadic, spoken around Lake Chad and northern Nigeria, but also in other parts of the Sahara. Beja spoke.
Nahasi means Southerner. I don't know how better I can answer that question. But Vernon, I'm just waiting because I didn't see it, and I ain't waiting to see it. I'm waiting for you to send your address and the screenshot into my Zoom, and it's all good. I know sometimes they take a while. Oh yeah, it says pending acceptance. That's probably what it is. And they didn't even send me the email to tell me to accept it yet. That normally comes with an email. Let me see. All right. No, you just won a book. No, you won the book. I'm reading it. I'm tripping. Let me handle this later. But what I don't see is that Zelle yet. So since it says pending, if it's still pending and you want to stop it, just stop it because it ain't telling me to. It ain't telling me to accept it. I hope you did the email right. So you can just stop it if you want. Since it say pending. And if you can't stop it, I'm going to wait for them to give me the option to accept it.
but they haven't given me that option yet. So cool. Just still send your email though, family. Vernon, send me your email to casual hieroglyph, or send your email to whichever Zelle that you sent. I mean, to whichever account you sent the Zelle to. Both of them have a Zelle. But I said M1 dot, right? Yeah, cool. Just waiting on that email. What you say, Pop? What you talking about, Pop? We're finished listening to this.
Spoken in the Sudan and Egypt even today, and Cushitic languages. And this gets revised often. Here you have a picture from the great Russian linguist Igor Diakonov, who died a few years ago. This is from his book Afro-Asian Languages, published in 1965. He has the family of Afro-Asiatic originating near the Horn of Africa, either in the Southern Sahara, the Sudan, or some people say in Ethiopia proper. He has a Semitic branch going in across the Red Sea into Arabia. Other people have it going in through the north. Again, historical linguistics is a very interesting field that's still under development. Now, you can't look at this and assume that you had a bunch of people line up and say, okay, today we're all going to march out from the Horn of Africa and we're going to split up. This is just a sort of a schematic. Don't think of it that people, you know, got together and say, okay, we're going to split up now. It doesn't quite work that way. We're not going to talk about it. But this is a way to conceptualize the cradle land of the family and the fact that its daughters emerge out of a group of what's called dialect clusters that would have been there. But don't think of something called Egyptian sort of coming into being right here and marching up, or Semitic being formed. Although there is one linguist who does think that Semitic actually emerged in the Horn. That's a minority opinion of one, Grover Hudson. But he does believe that based on the age of, or the amount of diversity in the Semitic languages in the Horn of Africa.
All right, Vernon, cool. I'll be back later, maybe tomorrow, and I'm going to go send out these books right now, and I'll email y'all your tracking. Appreciate y'all. I'm up out of here.